getting everything started here. This is the game app. This is it. Welcome. Just trying to get it launched. Supabase. Yeah, I like Supabase. I have used it just just kind of like playing around with it. And I, in a, no, I haven't done like a full on tutorial for it. I don't think. But I think it. I mean, between that and like using Firebase or whatever, I definitely think Supabase is better for certain reasons. The auth part's pretty comparable. Just make this fit. What I like the most about Supabase compared to Firebase and compared to App Rewrite is it's a Postgres database, right? It's um, it's a relational database. Um, Let me what is it? Supabase. There we go, Supabase. So out of their features, they pretty much are pretty neck and neck in terms of like what they offer between Firebase and App Rewrite and stuff. You have your authentication, you have functions. Firebase calls it functions. They just call edge functions here. Storage, like it's an S3 bucket basically. Um, what Supabase has that I think is better is their database. Personally, and I think somewhat objectively, although depends on the app you're trying to make. I think a relational database is a lot more powerful. You can actually write real queries. You can have relationships in your data and foreign keys and many to many fields. And like Postgres, beyond that, is way more powerful because it has a language. Like you can write. There's like aside from SQL, there's actually like functions and stuff you can write right in Postgres. And then Supabase also has like the real time side, which like I guess there's a real time database in Firebase, but I think that's a little bit different than this. And then they have a pretty good integration right now with like OpenAI stuff. I think it's a winner. What are you trying to build that you're considering Supabase for? Because I think that's there's a million tools out there. Whether there's not like a best tool. It's like what's the best tool for this thing. So tell me about your project if you want. Okay, these works. Um, Okay, still going, still going. Oh man, this first one takes so long. Minute and 18 seconds. Okay, thinking about a fitness tracker app. It's my first complex app, and I'd like to have as many features like tracking the progress of certain exercise, etc. Yeah. So I mean, for the sake of this question, I'll assume this is this question relates to the back end side of it, like actually storing the data. Um, an app like this, like, you frankly would probably be fine, doing a not a NoSQL database like Firebase or Mongo or whatever. Only because like I don't see there being a ton of relationships here. Like it's probably just a user using the app and they have their data. There's not like friends. There's not stuff like that. Um, when you're building anything that's like social and you have to have like friends and friends have, or you have users and users have posts and you can like posts and you can comment on them, and comments are related to posts and posts have comments, and then they also have users. Like you start to see this like web of like relationships. That's definitely where like something like Postgres definitely like starts to like win, in my opinion. Whereas like when I picture this app, it probably is just like a model where you have your there's like a collection or something for each or like a document for each day, which has like certain stats like how much you worked out and stuff like that. So I wouldn't get too hung up on the back end. If you're comfortable with one already, like try to use that. Usually when starting a new project, like I like to recommend like trying two new things. Don't completely change your tech stack and like be doing everything. Like it's already enough when you're adding one or two new things to a project of skills that you want to already have that foundation of stuff that and then you can build on top of that basically, um, rather than like trying to do everything from scratch. um, I also think like if this is just a fitness tracker, like do you even need a back end? Like, if there's not like a social aspect to it, like can this all just be done locally? And that might be like your first, maybe your first version of it just stores it in like something like Sembast or any kind of like local database. Um, because like if it's really just for your own needs, do you need something remote? Maybe, maybe not. It depends like what you're really trying to do with it. Okay, we're gonna experiment with something today. In the last stream, I was getting into trying to figure out how to do like conveyor belts, and that's gonna be a whole thing. And I'm also like on the fence on even if I want that feature. I got some of it working, but I don't. I need to give it more thought on how I want it. So, what I kind of want to do today, because something I do want, is dealing with power. So like certain things that you build in the game, will use a certain amount of power, and if you don't have power, you're gone. And this will definitely add to the sustainability side of this. So I don't really have a great asset for this. Um, Trying to decide what I could use, even just temporarily. Because like I kind of want to have like, maybe a few different power options. Like one of them, I think the goal is like solar power. That's obviously like pretty sustainable. Maybe like it's like solar and wind is like sustainable, but I think this should be like one that's easier to build that is kind of works against you early in the game, like something like coal power. The only problem is then we'd have to have a coal resource, so maybe it's just like you use wood. So like maybe we'll use this asset for now as kind of like um, a wood wood power plant, I guess. So let's just play with this. Where's I think I just grabbed something from there. Let's just trim it. Transparent pixels. Okay, cool. So what is our size here? 32 by 75. Kind of want to make it a multiple, at least an even number. So if you're a beginner, last time you code, like, I don't know. I think making like a fitness tracker isn't a terrible idea. Like I'm a, challenge yourself. I think that it's something, just start really small and just add stuff. Like that's kind of like I've been building this game. I don't know much about game dev at all. Started small, and I've just been kind of like adding stuff, and so far it's kind of worked out. Hey, it's winter. Let's see. What do you want to call this? Let's call this wood power wood power plant. Power generator, I think, is a better word. Or maybe it's like, we'll go this way. Power generator wood. And then it is 32 by 74. So we'll have something like that. Now I do like to have a 16 by 16 icon for any of these things. So let's see if we can at least, let's see what happens. I'm just gonna copy all that. We got a 32 by 32 one. Paste in. Okay. What? Okay, now if I actually, maybe we should, yeah, let's actually grab this whole thing. Go away. Oh, okay. Get rid of that layer. Just gotta find a spot on this that kind of looks cool. That seems okay. Alright, now for the moment of truth. If we were to resize this to 16 by 16, and we want to go to hard edges, let's see if it still looks okay. Ah. Okay, you know why? It's no, that doesn't. It's funny, like this side actually kind of looks okay. So maybe let's grab these 8 pixels, paste it here. Oh. Paste it here, and then flip it. It might look funny, might not. Oh. Okay, image. It's like Photoshop's so terrible. I don't know why I use it. Transform. I want to image. Transform, flip horizontally. There. There we go. Okay. I'm not sure where this, like, just gonna kind of merge these together. Sorry, I know this is like tedious and really boring to probably watch, but I'm just trying to make my graphic, even though this is probably just a temporary one, I want it to look okay. All right, cool. And this is 16 by 16. Okay. Let's just copy wood house, brick house. Just make a new section called power. Power generator wood. Wood power generator. I think it was 32 by 74. That's why I like having the file names with it. Yeah, 32 by 7. Oh, wait. 32 by 74. Yep. Okay, cool. So then we'll use 32, 74. Can place, can pick up. Seconds to craft. Sure. Let's make this faster for now. Not house. And this will probably take, you know, stone. Or do we have cement yet? I forget. Cement. And brick. So maybe it's like 25 cement, 40 brick, something like that. And then we need something to have its contents. Let's look at a storage chest. So it'd be kind of similar to that. I forget how I do it. Yeah, amount per slot. Let's have like 4 slots. Amount per slot 50. Oh wait, that's how many. Okay, wait, slot. I might want to rename that. Resources per slot, I think, is what I want. And storage type dot solid we'll just do for now. We'll probably have to have one that's specific for what are our storage types? All liquid, solid. Okay, whatever. And I was expecting this error because we added some new things here, so let's make the default power use 0 and power available 0. Which actually, now that I think about this, might not be the best thing as a as part of our stats. I'll keep it for now, but we might come back to that. Okay, now we'll go to our spawn. And let's go inventory debug. I forget where I actually set that. Probably just a constant. Yeah, debug inventory. So let's almost ready to save this. Let's give ourselves some bricks and some concrete, just to make sure we can actually wait. Concrete. Now I'm confused. I thought I said this needed concrete. Oh, cement. That's what it's called. Cement. Okay, let's save all this. I probably missed one thing, but we'll find out. Okay, and we'll rebuild. So. Then I will get back to your question. Okay, so let's see. Did I make? Is this something I can do? Gotta remember how this all works again. Craft. Wooden power generator. Can't find it. Power generator wood 16 by 16. Maybe I put it in the wrong spot. Power generator wood 16 by 16. It looks like it's there. It just wasn't there when we started the initial build. Let me just double check. 16 by 16 PNG. Yeah, okay. Let's just double check. Yeah, both are gone. So I think it's just we're just gonna rebuild. So that gives me time to answer your question. Well, that boots back up. Okay, so you have a DB structure. They would make a custom workout, and then he would add the exercises he'd like. I mean, I think it would work either way. Like, just think of a non-SQL database as like JSON data. Like, can you represent it well in JSON data? And from what you're saying, it seems like you probably could. Like, you would have, a collection called custom workouts, which would, have multiple documents in it. So the collection would have like an array inside of it of the different, things. So I don't think it would be a big problem. My 2 cents, I mean, personally, I would probably still use a relational database because I just like them more. But I would say, like, if you've used Firebase before, or like Mongo, or worked enough with JSON that, like, you're good with that kind of data, like, I think it'll work fine. However, in the case where, like, you're not really, you're kind of like have equal experience between the two, maybe it's a good time to try out the non-SQL and do something in Postgres. All right, let's see if we can actually craft this thing. So we'll go to our wood power generator. Looks like we can. Okay, so now I have it, and let's see if we can place it. Place it there. And hopefully there's a hitbox. Now, hitbox for this one kind of sucks because, you know, it's so tall. But that's something we're gonna live with. Like technically you should be able to walk behind it, but then you got to deal with like having things in different layers where you can walk in front and behind, and that's not really anything I feel like doing right now. So this is fine. Okay, so this should allow me to store things. Yes, I can. And what we can do is, I have like, oh my gosh. Okay, I got to set myself up a little bit better here in my inventory. So let's instead, okay, I'm gonna get rid of Woodhouse. Let's put our, what do we call this thing? Power generator wood. Let's just make sure we have a few of them. Let's make sure we have wood, and that's probably fine. Okay, so power generator, copper's in the way. Interesting. That's strange. Is it because it was trying to build it? I guess because it was trying to build in the top right. Hang on. Let me just try that again. See exactly where this goes. So I'm going to place this here. And that seemed to be fine. So why did that happen? So obviously I can't place there. Copper in the way. Copper in the way. It's like going the wrong... I think it's going... Let's fix that problem. I have a feeling that something with my placed... I have something like chords. Occupied chords provider. I feel like... Okay, so what actually reads this? Let's find this. Okay, so it's just here. Okay, chord with resource. So it finds first where or null, where c.x equals x and c.y equals y. Okay, so we're going down here. Basement height divided by tile size. So I think this is actually working correctly, but then it's placing it in the bottom left corner. And this is going place resource, chords. So place resource at chords, and it's saying that it is cannot place here. It's in the way. Okay, you know what? Problem for another time. Let's make a note about this. Large items. Oh, let's put a to do. That's my favorite thing to do. Okay, so we have, yeah, let's make sure we can place wood in these things. I think something I need to do actually is like show a ghost image of kind of like, oops, that, where the thing's gonna go, and that will probably help me get to the bottom of that. Okay, so let's place our little guy here. Boom. And I should be able to put wood in it. Awesome. But I can in theory put anything in it, which, you know, doesn't really make sense. So wood power generator, storage type. Specific. So let's actually use this in our resources. And then let's just search for storage. Okay, here we go. And we can go if storage is equal to storage type dot specific, then let's modify our resource model to allow this. Storage let me just make sure this actually, yeah, okay, that'll still work. And we'll make this a default list of resource and this will be specific storage whitelist, we'll call it. And we need to remember our @ sign there. We're going to have an annoying problem. If resource dot if place resource sprite dot resource dot specific. Hey, why is this? What happened? Yeah, okay, oh, I missed. Oh. What the hell? Oh, these are all for that, yeah, that's fine. Oh, maybe I generated it run because I had some bad code. Let's try running this again. Oh, that's a new one. Directory watcher, pulling the file watcher. God damn. My watcher seemed to have broke. Path not found. I don't know. I don't know why that happened. Okay. Annoying, but we'll work with it. Okay, we got it started. And this will be specific. Dot contains, and here we do resource, and it'd be really if it doesn't contain resource, then we would do this message. Resource dot name plural can't be stored in here, and this error will go away very soon, I think. Okay, cool. Save that. And what happened to my game? Where'd my game go? Flutter daemon is not right. Wow, yeah, something really just shit the bed. Also, something else I'm just gonna fix right now. Can I do it this way? Okay, we'll just... What I kind of want to do is make it so we don't necessarily show this message, and there's a good reason for this, and I will show you what I mean. So notice this happened, and it was funny. Oh, we want to remember to still return out. We'll wrap the message itself. Okay, cool. The reason, then what's happening here? Oh yes. So I'm just gonna do true for now, and I'll just so I can explain the problem, demo the problem. Okay, let us build one of these guys. Place them there. And let's see, if I try to put this in, I get this. Oh, oops, did this not? It still put it in. That's weird. It could just be didn't catch the save. Let's just rebuild. Oh, that's the problem. That's why I didn't actually rebuild. Okay, so let us place a guy over here, and I'm gonna try and put this in. You'll see I get that message, which is cool. But if I actually like try and put a bunch of things in, I'm getting that message multiple times because of the way this works. So what I want to do is only do the message if I equals 0. That way it only does it once. And we can do that here too. Cool. And this one, that's fine to be true because it's just a one tap. So now if we save that, we should just get the message on the first invocation of it. Okay, so let's try putting these in. So yeah, bricks can't be stored in there. And so I'm just getting the message once, even though I'm holding shift or like double clicking, which basically calls that function 5 times. But we can put, wood can't be stored in it. You would think we'd allow wood to be stored in here. So we need to actually put in specific, and here we would go, resources.wood. I think we have something called lumber or wood resources.lumber. Yeah, let's allow lumber to go in too, I guess. Okay, so now I should be able to put wood in, although I have to rebuild for this because all that stuff gets, constants get initialized. Okay, so now I should be able to put wood in this stupid thing. And let's first of all try this again. Nope, but let's try wood. It's letting me put wood in. Great. And let's just make sure I walk away and go back in. He's still in there. Okay, cool. So now kind of need to, I'm wondering, can we reuse something we have a mechanic for this? This is similar to selling, I'd say. So let's just go to my resource sprite, which is where I think selling, nope, is selling. Some contents, okay, that's just the menu. Save game, list UI, place resource, detail provider. Yeah, that's actually where I'd want to do it. So let me just think of we have things like construction, but that's different. Smelting, it's kind of the opposite of what we're doing right now. I think, yeah, selling's probably the closest thing. So we're gonna just duplicate this called consuming timer. And basically wherever we have our selling timer, let's make sure we also start that up. So start selling. Okay, so I'm gonna grab toggle selling, start selling, stop selling. And we will call this toggle consuming is consuming, which is not something we actually have. So let us modify our placed resource. So we'll have something called is consuming. Save that and hope that our file watcher doesn't screw up. Come on, file watcher. How dare you? Did I not? Oh, I think I just clicked the wrong freaking button. I clicked the play instead of this. Oh gosh. Okay. But we can keep going. Toggle consuming. So then we'll have this say consuming. This will be consuming. Is consuming. This doesn't exist yet. This exists though. Consuming timer. And we'll just do it, yeah, maybe like every 30 seconds or something. So if resources are empty, we want to stop consuming, but only if the automatic stop is set. And resource equals this. Resources, in this case, at least for now, we can just do this. Resources equals this. Okay. I wonder why that's weird. Okay. Remove from any slot. Random item in list. Oh shit, I see why. We still want to expand, we just don't want to have the where. Stop consuming, then that error goes away. So then we remove from slot, and we're not actually going to increase dollars, we're going to do something else here. Print consumed. We'll be doing something like that. And actually, I think in this case, we'll just stop consuming right away. Okay, cool. We'll make this a consuming timer. Okay, then we go is consuming false. Okay, the reason I want to automatically stop is I want it to be easy for us to know at any point which ones are running, and we're going to just use the is consuming thing on it. Okay, so now we have that. I wonder though, maybe we should call this like, I'm gonna make this specific to power, because I don't think there's any other things that will need this. Power generating timer. And then let's find our stuff for this. Okay, toggle, so toggle power generating. Then we will rename this symbol to start power generating. And we'll actually not have that. And then we'll rename this symbol stop power generating. And this is, oh right, I want to now call this is power generating, and hopefully this time it actually, yeah, kicks in right away. Yay, don't have to wait forever now. Yay, and then here is power generating is true, and then it gets called if it runs out of resources. Cool. And I do have an error somewhere here. Oh, state dot is power generating, and there we go. Okay, so now let's go to our resource contents menu, and we also need something in our resource to denote that it can generate power. So we'll do something like, we'll make it a double, and we'll, it'll be a nullable double called power power generated. Let's call it that. Generated. Generated. And then what we can do over here is have a bool of can generate power. And what we want to do is just set check if our new variable we just made, which I think I put on my clipboard. I did not. Power generated does not equal 1. Save that. Oh, run. And then right here, we can basically copy our selling thing and say if place resource dot sprite dot can generate power. So if place resource is power generating, you can say stop, and start generating and stop generating. And here we will instead toggle power generating. Okay. That's all the boring stuff out of the way. So in this case, let's just try a couple things here. So I'm gonna just, oh, right. I always forget. Like I do all the hard work, and then I forget to actually configure it to do things. Resources.dart. Okay, so let's find our power generator wood, and let's just make this a little bit prettier. Power. So now we can do power generated 50.0, I guess. Okay, so we will rebuild. And let's build our little power generator here. Boom, boom. And if I start generating, we actually have, you know, nothing happening, which is kind of what I expected, because I don't have any wood in it. Now, if I start generating, oh, it also didn't work. Okay, let's find out what's going on here. So we're toggle power generating. Cool. Is power generating? Okay, so here we go. Toggle power generating state. If state dot is power generating, we stop it. If not, we start it. Oh, because I kept this over here. Let's try that again. Start generating. There we go. And then we should see every 30 seconds that this goes down, which is cool. We should also see the word consumed show up when it goes. There we go, consume showed up. Life is good. And this should be down to 4 now. It is. Okay, so we're kind of generating power, kind of. Next, let's actually create a provider that's going to kind of like compute our power at any given time. So I'm actually gonna go back to my stats widget, stats model, I think. Yeah. And we're actually gonna get rid of these because I'm not gonna make this really like a stat, because it's kind of a dynamic on the fly thing that we can just compute at any given frame. Okay, so that rebuilt, or that did fine, and I probably have a problem somewhere because, yeah, power use isn't defined, of course, and power available isn't defined. Yeah, okay, cool. Save those. And let's just close everything, as I like to do. Now, we're going to make a new provider in our providers file. We'll call this power. This will be power available provider, Dart. And basically for this, first of all, we'll want to have a function. It will return a double. We'll just call it power available. And it's going to use, it's going to have a ref called power available ref. And we'll want to make this a river pod thing, keep alive true. And we want to make sure that this is part of power available provider.g.dart. So we're going to generate this code, and just so that this actually builds, let's just return 0. Okay, now we're going to go to our stats GUI. Hi SK Genesis. How are you today? Actually, let's just grab, oh shoot, this stat row requires a stat to be passed in. I guess we could construct the stat on the fly. Oh no, the stat is a type. I'm good, just working on my little game. Trying to get power working now. Okay, so we have thirst. I guess we could kind of, in fact, let me just undo what I did earlier, because I already had these in here. I just don't want them to be part of the model, but they're still going to be part of this enum. So what we can do here is state.power available, and instead we're actually going to go ref.watch the power available provider. And let's just see if that should put the word power up here if all goes well. There we go. Power available, 0%, 0. And I kind of feel like let's actually make this a variable. And the reason is, in the early game, you're not even going to have power. So there's not really a need to show it until you at least have it. So I'm going to make something called final. Oh, where's my consumer? There it is. So I'll actually have this as a variable one time, and that way we can actually just kind of go, if power available is greater than 0, then we'll show it. And it'll be the same for power used. Because there's no need to show it if you don't have it. We might tweak that logic. Okay, so now we have to figure out how to actually like calculate this power. So we essentially need to placed resources is going to equal, so we'll do a ref.watch placed resources list provider. But we can basically filter them, or do a where PR, so it would be PR dot sprite dot resource dot can generate power to lists. So this will just get, you know, all the ones that potentially can. And then what we want to do is and then also it needs to be that they can generate power, and pr.sprite.resource or this would actually just be on the PR itself. PR.is power generating. I realize we probably don't even need this. It's just one. We can actually just do this and make it a little bit simpler. So here we got this. This will be a list of all of them, and then we want to sum together the amount of power that they generate. So let's just go final sum equals placed resources dot fold. So fold's a fun function. It allows us to kind of do a sum of something right in place. So I'm going to fold on these, and basically what we want to do is take the previous value, which previous value will be 0 the very first pass. And then we're going to add in, so this is our actual place resource, so we'll call it PR again. PR dot, and we want to look at the sprite dot resource dot something to do with power. Power generated. And we'll fall back to 0 if this is null. But in theory, this will never be null in our game because you can't place it if it doesn't. Okay, what am I getting? Sum, int sum. Oh, why is my sum an int? Maybe because I have to actually make this 0.0, so it knows it's a double. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now we should have a sum, and that's ultimately what we're going to return. So I'm just going to return this instead of making it a variable. Okay, and let's save that, and let's see if this works. This would be cool if it works. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll place our power generator. There it is. And right now it's not generating because there's nothing in it. So let's actually put some wood and we'll start generating. Okay, not quite working the way I want. For some reason. It's because I'm looking, I realize it now. Ooh. Because we actually have to get a reference to the detail version of it. So really, actually what I was doing before kind of makes sense. So we'll do pr.sprite.resource.can generate power. So what we'll call this is place resources, and then final, or I'll just call these like possible placed resources. So these are all the ones that could potentially generate power. And then we'll make a list of placed resource called placed resources Actually, let's do string. I might condense this. Resource identifiers. We'll just start it like that. So then what we want is we would actually just take these, map them, and we'll still call this PR dot PR dot identifier, unique identifier, and we'll make it a list. Okay, so that's all of our identifiers, and then we actually have to watch all of these. This might not be the best way to do this now that I think about it. We can try. Question in the chat: how long have you been programming? A long time. I started. I'm in my mid-30s now. I started like playing with code when I was like, probably 10 years old. So let's say 25 years. But I've been doing it professionally more or less for like 15 years, let's say. 15, 16 years, something like that. And I've been using Flutter, although I use other things too. I've been doing some in Flutter for maybe like 3 years now. These resource identifiers. Because I feel like if I'm just going to be watching a whole bunch of things in here, it's going to be really messy. But let's just try it. Yeah, like watching inside this might be messy. So we have a ref.watch on placed resource detail provider, and we'll pass in the identifier. And here we can go fpr.is power generating. Or this would be a double. Sum plus equals pr dot power pr dot resource, sorry, that's sprite dot resource dot power generated. And if for some reason any of that's null in there, we'll just fall back to 0. So we get that sum, and then we lose our amazing fold function. But let's see. This might just make everything go completely off the rails. Let's find out. I've never really tried to watch something in a loop like this. Wow. Power available 5,000. Okay, so let's rebuild from start. Let's just see if this is creating any weird issues. Doesn't look like it actually is. So maybe we'll be fine. Okay, so right now power available doesn't show up. Let us place this, and let's put some wood in it. Let's start generating, and right away, look, we have power available, 5,000%. Now we don't really want to use a percent sign there. It would be more like, so let's actually make a new thing called unit, and we'll just use percents for most of these. But these can be maybe like kilowatts, just to make it better. And final string, call it unit label. Going back here, instead of just putting in a percent sign like we do automatically, we're going to actually just put in type dot unit label. So here we go. It says like 5,000 kilowatts. Oh, I see. It's because we're multiplying it by 100. This is becoming a little bit crazy. So let's also have a final bool is percent. And we'll do that as, maybe that's this parameter here. So for all of these, we would have true. True, 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 true. And this would be false. And false. Okay, so now back over here, we can do this multiply by going type dot is percent. Oh, don't need that. Don't need that. If it's a percent, we multiply by 100. If not, we just multiply by 1. Value times. I guess this just needs brackets though. Oh. Oopsie. Okay, let's save that. So now it should just be 50 kilowatts because we're not going to multiply by that 100. Okay, it's obviously not perfect yet, and that might continue to go up. Maybe we'll just for now make it KW. Maybe that will actually just get us to one line, at least for now. Yay, 50 kWs. Cool. Okay, so that kind of deals with at least power available. Let's see. Let's go back to resources and search for power. There we go. So let's actually make the power generated like 5 or something more reasonable. We'll save that. I just want to make sure these stack. And actually in my place users detail provider, should be saying for power, start power generating. Let's, at least for now, make this use the resources quicker. Okay, so let's try building one of these, and we will give it some wood. Give it 5 woods. Start generating. So we see power available, 5 kilowatts, and we'll build another one. Wow, look at me, it's floating. And we'll just put 1 or 2 in here and start generating. And we actually see it went up to 10 kilowatts. So that's pretty good. Now, in theory, this one, or one of these will run out, probably before the other. Still at 10. Interesting. These shouldn't be generating anymore. Okay, there's a problem here. Start. So we should say if resources dot is empty. Why? Okay, let's try that again. For For some reason it's not stopping the generation. Place this guy, and we're just gonna put 1 in here. I'm gonna start generating, and in 5 seconds it should go away, and then we get that. Then in 5 more seconds it says it's empty. Okay, if resources is empty, stop power generating. Oh, we got placed resources state is null. I'm assuming that's this one right here. Oh, this should say if state equals null. Jesus Christ. Okay, I gotta take a little break. See you guys in a bit. All right, we're back. Sorry for the delay. Okay. Yes, so I realized I have this error here where where it was doesn't equal null, which is the opposite of what I want to do here. So let's just make sure. There's probably a bunch in this file because I copied this a lot of times. Does not equal null. So let's just, how many? Okay, 2. That kind of makes sense. So there'll be 1 in stop mining, and there's probably 1 in here. Okay. So let's just rebuild, and let's make sure that the power goes down when these things stop. So we'll just do it with 1. That's enough to test this. Okay, so we'll give it 1. We start generating. In 5 seconds, we should see this go away, which is fine. It's being consumed now. It's still generating power, but in 5 more seconds, yeah, it goes back to stop, and that guy went away. Beautiful. Okay, so let's get rid of some of these loggings that we have. Print resources, yeah. So we'll get rid of that. And then I also have this consume thing, so we have to do something there. Do we have to do something there? I mean, we're just removing it. I think we actually don't have to do anything. I think we can just call this remove from any slot. Okay, now, the next logical thing to do will actually be the things that consume power. But I do want to play with something because the way I'm doing this power available provider is kind of nasty. I don't like this, how we're like looping and stuff. I want to see if my list provider I mean, is this nasty? Let's just kind of do an experiment here. Print. I'm just gonna like print every time this watch kind of essentially gets re-invoked. Because if it's like constantly being re-invoked, like that's gonna be a problem. So we get the first watch. That kind of makes sense. I would assume anytime I place something, that will get checked again. So let's just try placing something. So that makes sense. Then if I actually place this and put something, so I got a watch number 4, that makes sense. We'll put 1 wood in. So the watch got called because something changed here. Let's just put a bunch in, start generating, it's going again. And if this is only incrementing, this should, anytime this goes down, should show another one, I would assume. There we go, 16, yep. Okay, I mean, this doesn't seem terrible. It's not like this is like running in an infinite loop, so we are gonna just live with it for now. Okay. Okay, so similarly, what we need is a way to use power. So certain resources will, let's go to our resource model. So we have something called, I think generates power generated. So we should also have one called power consumed. Okay. Power consumed. Yeah, that makes sense. And then we can also have a getter like this, can consume power, and it will basically just be checking if this double is null or is not null. It will be true. We'll save that. And then let's find something that's going to use power. So for instance, our, let's actually just go to the bottom, end a few times. So definitely things that would use power, like a smelter, you know, is a good example of something that would use power. So let's say consumes, power consumed. Each of these can consume like 1.0 or something. We'll balance these eventually. Let's also do a constructor. Maybe a constructor uses like 2.0. What was this? A smelter 1.0. A light miner uses like, let's say 0.3, 0.25, and a heavy miner, maybe uses 0.5. Well, doesn't use any power. Houses, we'll come back to that. They'll probably use power. Conveyor belt will not use power. And obviously a power generator won't use power because that's just complicated. Okay, so we'll save that. And let's just see what's inside our inventory. I think we have most of these things. I have a miner. I have this. I have power thing. I have a smelter. Yeah, that'll be okay. Okay, so basically now what we need to do is, I guess we could start kind of do this in a backwards order as last time. So we have our power available. So I'm going to grab this exact same code. In fact, actually, this one will be simpler. No, it won't be. It'll basically be almost the same. Power consumed, or let's call it power consumption provider.dirt. And we'll just paste that guy in, and we'll change this to say consumption, power consumption, and we'll just save this just to actually let it generate those files. Okay, so possible placed resources. So here we'd want to watch where can consume power, right? We only care about them, and then we get their unique identifiers, and then we watch. And basically the sum, we want to go if, well, let's just go if PR equals null. We'll just continue to the next one in the loop. That way we don't have to do all this like annoying stuff here. But we want to go if PR dot is constructing, or PR dot is mining, or PR dot is smelting, which I think are our only things that currently use power. We will then take our sum and plus equal the PR dot sprite dot resource dot power consumed, and if any of that is null, we'll just add 0 to it, and then we're good. Okay, so now we have a power consumption thing, and actually this is actually probably pretty easy. We'll go back to our GUI, stats GUI, and we'll do something similar here. Let us first of all copy this, power consumed, or power consumption. We'll just go power consumption provider, and we'll just copy this, and it will just make sure if power consumption is, if power consumption is greater than 0, and in fact, like, I think if either of these are, so let's actually just make a boolean here, show power info, and it'll just be if power avail is greater than 0, or power consumption. What is this? If either of those are greater than 0, then we'll show our power info. So we'll just put this here, like that. Now a fun trick we can actually do here is we can go if show power consumption and actually kind of spread a list here. That way we don't have to have this checked twice, and anything inside this list will become part of this column. So here, power available, this would be power use. Let's actually like power use here, because there's something conflicting there. Okay, so let's save that. Hey Francesco, thanks for joining us. we're making a game. Yeah, the signals video, I had fun with that one. I haven't used that before. I've done some other work in other languages that use that kind of signal architecture, and with that video, I think the story behind that, I mean, it's not that interesting, but so like I see, you know, obviously on the subreddit, like new packages show up all the time, new state management stuff, and I look at them real quick. I'm like, another thing. But I was actually listening to a podcast, It's All Widgets podcast, really good Flutter podcast, and the creator of that was on, and he sounded really smart, and I was like, okay, this is worth checking out, and I checked it out and made a video, and I don't know if it's anything I'd ever use because I just love Riverpod so much, but there's a time and a place for every tool, so we'll see. Okay, so let us first of all start creating some power. I'm gonna put a bunch of wood in here. So we see power available, and our power usage is actually 0 right now, which kind of makes sense. But let us build a smelter. Place it. There's our smelter there. And in theory, if I start smelting something, I don't have anything I can smelt, do I? Okay, let's go mine. And I don't have anything. Oh my god, my tool. Can I at least get a pick? I don't even have. It's funny the way I have this set, like this makes no sense. I need iron ore to make this, but I can't get iron ore, so I'm like stuck in a soft lock right now. But let's just go, let's build something else. Constructor. Build a lovely constructor here. Yo, Smith, what's happening? Cool, we can build a barrel. So let's actually build a few just so we can get this going. So there we go, our power usage already went up to a nice big number there, and that is cool. And if I assume if I stop constructing, our power usage goes down. That's cool. Hey, that's weird. This also ran out like at the same time. Let's start generating. That was just a coincidence, I think. But let's start construction. Yeah. Stop constructing. Okay, yeah. I think it was just a coincidence. Okay, so now we have that. So two things we need to do. I want to kind of refactor the way the GUI works for power, because I kind of want to show like maybe it's even just as one sort of progress bar that shows how much you have versus how much you're using, kind of thing. And then we obviously need to do something when you run out of power, that something bad happens. I am good. I'm having fun working on this game. What brings you here today? So for this, I'm going to get rid of this, and we're going to kind of do this as I think something custom. So we'll still have the show power info here, right here, and it's just going to be one bar to represent it. So let's see. I kind of want to. I'm actually going to do this in a builder, just because I want to kind of just have a bunch of calculations right here. Oops. Oh, I totally didn't do that right. Builder context. Okay. So we can do if not show power info. And actually, now that this is a builder, we can actually pull all this stuff into our builder. Just to keep it, compartmentalized. If don't show power info, we'll just return a size box. Get rid of that. Now here, let's just look at how we do this. So we kind of have a row with the thing. So we probably still want something similar. Okay, well, this isn't necessarily the best way to do it, but let's just do it this way then. Okay. So we're going to return a row here. And what we're going to have is, this will just say the word power. And what we need to figure out is our percent used. So final percent used, and that's just going to be our power use divided by our power available. And that's basically what our value will be. And for color, see, now I'm seeing there's a lot of things that are duplicated here, but if value is greater, yeah, we'll just use this. I might refactor this. And we'll have a late color, and you know what, let's just call this value. Then I don't have to rename a bunch of things. So then this becomes value, that becomes color. And then what we would use here is we're actually going to put in it would be our power use divide by, not divide, but, or like going to use a slash there, power use, power consumed, or power use and power available. Let's call it kilowatts. And okay, oh yeah, that's it. Well, look at that. Nan. We have a nan because we're dividing by 0. Okay, we shouldn't be, because if this is greater than 0, I guess power use greater than 0. So we can just go, we can just say if power available is greater than 0, then we'll do that. Otherwise, we'll just say we're using 0. Let's just see what happens there. Oops, make it 0.0. Oh, look at this. Late color has not been initialized. What? It's right here. Oh. Guys. Okay, if it's... Oh, I don't have a... Oh, wait, yeah, it should be green. So it's green, but if it's greater than that, we'll go yellow. If it's greater than that, greater than that. Now, these numbers are probably... We could probably do this a little bit more drastically. And in fact, I don't know if we'd have to show like kilowatts. We're trying to make this game pretty simple, so maybe it's just actually the value as a percent. So we're just going to do it that way. Value times 100%. And let's just call this power use. And let's just play with this now. Then I have an idea on how we can make this simpler and reuse our other stuff. But let's just make sure it works first. Did this rebuild? Yeah, there we go. It's slow. It's slow sometimes. Okay, so we'll start by building our power plant. Cool. And then we'll put some wood in it. Let's put a bunch of wood. And we see our power use is at 0% right now, which makes sense. And then let's get our assembler or constructor. We'll build it there. And let's get a, I need to fix that, but whatever. Let's start constructing. So we actually see we're using this. Also, let's round that number. I'm not gonna value. 100 dot round. I'm not going to save that because I don't want to rebuild, but we have it for later. Okay, so in theory now, if I build another one of these, sorry, another constructor, and actually start constructing something, you know, our power is going up. Our power use is going up. But if we were to build another one of these dudes and put some wood in it and start generating, that seemed weird. I wonder if this one might have just finished. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Okay, so we'll start generating that too, and we see everything's good. And we're getting barrels made, and this is getting barrels made, and everything's good. Okay, so that's cool for power usage. I do want to do that round, and I think we can actually make this simpler. So we're going to go back to our types, and instead of having power usage, we're just going to call it power use. And it will also be a percent. What was this? Is percent. Yeah, I realize we probably don't need this anymore, but that's okay. Okay, so then in theory, we can actually go and let's grab these two things again, and this, and actually this. I'm going to grab all that, and we'll put it up in here, but we'll get rid of that if check. Power, we'll call this power use percent maybe. And then we can kind of do grab this guy, power use, and we'll use this power use percent. Then we don't need this annoying builder. And let's just save. And there we have it. And let's just make sure she's working. We'll just do that exact same little test suite again. Once it rebuilds, there we go. Okay, so power use. It shouldn't be showing up, should it? Oh, because I didn't put the if statement. If, what was it? Show power info. So just be one stat now. Okay, so let us build our thing here, and boom, and let's put some wood in it. 10 woods, and we'll start generating. So now it's at 0, which makes sense. And then we'll build our assembler again and put it in here, and let's start building a barrel, and we'll put some wood in it and start constructing, and our power use goes up. Great. Then if we actually stop generating, you know, our power use, interesting, goes to 0, which kind of makes sense based on our logic, because we're kind of going if power available. I wonder if we can do something like, let's just make a double power use percent. We'll just start it at 0.0. Okay, so what we can check is if power available is equal to 0. So if you have no power, let's just make the power use percent 1. Else, if power use is equal to 0, then we can just say power use percent equal to 0. Otherwise, then we'll run basically this function here. That will get rid of that issue of the dividing by 0, I believe, because we're already checking zeros on this one. And see, our power use is 100%. Okay, so let's test this again and see if it's doing what I want. Okay, so it doesn't show up, which makes sense. Then we build a power generator, we place it here. And we put some wood in it. So power use, yep, so we're using 0, cool. Then let's go to our assembler, constructor rather, place it. And we'll decide to make a barrel. Boom, 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 and we'll start constructing. So we're using this. Now, in theory, if I stop generating, this should go up to 100, which that makes more logical sense. Like you're using all your power, you know, because there is no power. Cool. But if we were to also stop constructing, that should go away because we're not trying to consume power and everything's great. Okay, so now what we need to do is make it so that if you do run out of power, things shut down. So one thing I want to do first, actually, in our detail provider is I have this way to, in our starting construction, kind of like a way to automatically stop, which I have default to false. However, I'm thinking like, especially while you're dealing with power, if like you run out of resources and something, we should just automatically stop it. That way it saves you on power. So if I get rid of that, and then we just have to go like this and this and this and this. So now if the output's, if it's full, it will stop, and it will stop. Same with start smelting. We'll do the same thing. So we're just always going to stop. And I realized there's an error there that I didn't catch. Let's make sure I didn't do an error there too. Let's fix that one. Good thing I caught that. Okay, then we have automatic stop on selling. We will just stop selling too. It doesn't really matter for this use case, but I like the idea of people having to, you know, start selling. Okay, that solves all of that. Oh, here's one. Automatic stop mining. But we'll just stop. Oh, and here's another problem. Stop mining. Yep, so we'll just stop mining when stuff's full and everything's good. Oh, I got OBS is telling me that there is not receiving enough video to maintain a smooth stream. What does that mean? I'll ignore it. But let me know in the chat if anything's acting wonky. I got this weird little message right here. Okay, so now that we have that, what we need to do is basically have a way to check for power. So I guess actually it makes sense to do it in our detail provider as well. So the things that could potentially do power are obviously constructing. So maybe actually we'll make a helper function in here. Okay, so toggle construction, start construction. Where's our timer? It would be in the timer. We can actually do it right at the very start. So I'm gonna make something called, we'll do like something like if not power available guard will return. We'll just return out of this. So let's make that command dot, and we'll create a method called power available guard, which is going to return a bool. We'll return true, but what we need to do is check our power use equals ref dot read power use power consumption provider and final power available equals ref dot read power available provider. And let's just say, so if our power use at any given time is greater than our power avail, then we actually want to do some stuff. So we'll return false for sure. And that will stop it from, trying again. But we need something that's going to like basically shut all these things down. Now it's easy to shut this one down because I can just go stop constructing, but technically then I guess we could just do that. We'll do stop constructing, stop construction, stop mining, and stop power generate. No, stop smelting. Those are the things we want to stop if they happen to be doing that. Now, the thing is, we also need to. I want to kind of like, and this is something kind of from Satisfactory. We actually like stop the power generating from happening, so that you have to go and kind of like reset the fuse kind of thing. And that will then mean that the other ones will get into this and stop on their own. So we don't have to actually from here talk to our other instances, but we do have to do something to stop all of our power guys. So let's just do it here. We'll do this, and we will loop through them all. Then we will go for, can literally just probably do this, and we would actually go pr.stop oh wait, this doesn't, I guess, what does this need to talk to? PR is place resource detail provide. What is this? This is a placed resource. So PR dot, oh, because I see the problem. I need to look to the notifier of it. And then I go PR dot stop power generating, and we definitely want to do a notice here, and this will be toast message list provider dot notifier dot add, and we'll say power surge, and let's make sure we use a toast. What is the shape of this again? Type. Toast type. Toast message type dot error. And return false. Okay. So we have this power available guard, and we basically want this on our construction timer. We want this on our smelting timer. Within the timer, there it is. Be the first thing we do. And we want this in our, I don't care about for selling, you can still sell stuff. But we want it in our, oh, maybe that's it. There should be one more. Mining. Here we go. So in our mining timer, we'll do the same thing. Okay, no idea if this will work. Let's find out. So let's just restart. And let's try this a few different ways. Okay, then what do I want? I want to start, let's start with having power. That makes sense. And let's put some wood in here. Let's put a bunch of wood. So we'll start our power generation. Cool. Then we'll build an assembler, place it here, and we'll do a barrel, and we'll put some wood. Start constructing. So let's just do the simpler thing. Oh, here we go. What's this? Circular. Oh, we have a circular dependency issue. That's a problem. Oh, it's because it's importing itself. So let's just, I think that's why. So if identifier is equal to, I think we have a property on here called unique identifier. Or state, maybe state dot unique identifier. So if the identifier, we will continue in this loop. I think that's what just happened. I hope that's what happened. That's an easy fix. Because yeah, we're basically like reading ourselves if that's the case, which makes sense. And we've already set it to stop ourselves, so we're fine. Wait a minute. That actually doesn't make sense. Because these are looking for power plants. Let's just try that again, and then we'll get to the bottom of it. So what do? We place this, put some wood in it, start generating, cool. Then we go to our assembler, place it, and lumber. Yeah, I guess lumber is fine. And this is where I think, oh. Okay. Wait, what is it that, oh, it was when I actually stopped generating is when that error came. Yeah, here we go. Circular dependency error, great. Okay, we're gonna need to find a different way to do this. So it does the power check, and then it does a read on there. Oh, wait, no, that's right. This is a problem. This is how can we solve this? Well, let's find out where it might actually be somewhere else that it's happening. I'm gonna put some print statements. This is a really dirty way of doing this. Wait, does it tell me the line that happens on? Line 549. Oh, interesting. Ah, okay. Now, okay, I thought it had something to do with this, but it doesn't. It's actually reading the power consumption provider because it's actually looking at this. Ooh, this is a problem. I think we might have to refactor the way this works. Okay, let's do that refactor then. I have an idea for it. So what we'll actually do is I think what we'll do is we'll store in our power available, instead of it being we're gonna I'm gonna totally redo this. So we're gonna make something called class power available. And it's going to extend power available, and in its build function we are going to return a, actually, you know what, let's make this a, I'll make something called power generating resource list provider .dart. Power generating resources list provider. Okay. Let's try this. Okay, so we'll have a class called power generating lists. Power generating resources list. I did something weird. I didn't put Dart. And this is going to extend our generated class that we're about to make. So, and override build. We're just going to return an empty list when the game starts. And here, it's going to be a list of resource. A resource, not resources. Let's get rid of that. Okay, then we need to say at riverpod, and we need to do part of, and this is a long one, so we're gonna click rename, copy it, paste it, .g.dart. Okay, let's save that file. Okay, so the way I see this working is, first of all, this is going to be a cleaner way to do it. Oops. Void, we'll have a set function that allows us just to pass in a whole list items, and that's just going to be state equals items. State, comma, items. No, I'm wrong. Items. Then we'll have a void called add, and we'll just be passing in a resource. Oh, sorry, these should be placed resources, I think. Save that. And for this, the state's actually going to be, this is what I meant to do before, we would take the current state and add the item, which I'm going to name. But let's just do a check here. If state.contains item already, we're going to just return out of this. Then we're also going to have a remove function where we remove an item, and we essentially want to take the state and dot remove where, and I can just go element dot identify unique identifier equals item dot unique identifier. Okay. All right, so then our power consumption provider, no, sorry, our power available provider, instead of doing this, instead of doing all of this, we're going to watch, so final resource, or I'll just call them placed resources, because that's what they are, equals ref.watch, and we want to watch this power generating list provider. And so this is now going to be a list of placed resources. And what we essentially want to do is return, I guess use my fold function again. We're going to go place resources dot fold initial value. So we start at 0.0, and we're going to take our previous value and add it to element.sprite.resource.power generated. In the case that that is null somewhere along the way, we'll just add 0. Okay, cool. Now let's kind of make that a little bit nicer. I don't think I can put a comma here, can I? No. Okay. I'll just call this PV. Cool. Okay. Let's do that. So this is for power generating. We also do the same for power consumption. Now, I could just do that now and hope for the best, but I think, yeah, I'm gonna just do it now. I like living dangerously. Okay, so we're just gonna, can I just duplicate this file? Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna grab this name. And we're gonna make a new file. Similar name, this will be power consuming resource list provider. And basically, we just copy all this, and it'll be power consuming resources list provider. going to save that. And then we're going to grab this too and go to our power consumption provider. Ref, and instead we want to be actually watching power. Oh, I missed one thing. Power, this should be consuming. Okay, so then we're gonna watch power consuming resources list provider. And instead of power generated, we do power, I guess, okay. We have to save this first to at least get this stuff. And somewhere here, power consumption. Okay, then we can go dot resource dot power consumption. Did I spell that right? Power consumption. Power consumption. Okay, cool. I think. There we go. Dot power consumed. All right. So let's just see if we have any problems. No problems, apparently. So now, most importantly, the difference is we are now going to be going into our detail. And when we start any of these things, so like let's do start consumption, start construction, for instance, we actually, right before we set the state, we're going to go ref.read. Hello, ref.read, and we'll use our, this is a construction, so power consumption provider dot notifier. Oh, power consumption. Oh, that's not the right one. What did we call this thing? It's a crazy long name. Power consuming resources list. So we'll just go like this, look that like that. Provider. Let's import that file. Dot notifier. Dot add. And we want to add this reference to. Oh, not. I guess we want to add state. Is that what we're adding? No, what are we adding here? We need to add a placed resource. So state dot. What is this state? It is a placed resource. State. Okay. So essentially, whenever we, oh, that's stopping. Sorry. Starting. We need to go to start. Okay, so right when we do is constructing, we will also then add it to the list. But when we stop constructing, we want to remove it from the list. Cool. When we start smelting, we want to add it to the list. Whenever we stop smelting, we want to remove it from the list. Selling, we don't care about. Power generating, this is similar, but when we start power generating, we will go, instead of using power consumption, we'll use power generating. We add it to the list. And now when we stop power generating, we will remove it from the list. Okay, and then the order of these is kind of annoying for me right now, but it's fine. Let's just find this. This is closer. And then when we are mining, when we start mining right here, we'll go dot add to the consuming, because we're consuming power. And when we stop mining, we will remove it. Okay. Let's see if that solves our problem. Okay. Rebuilding. All these things. Did it rebuild? I feel like it didn't rebuild. There we go. Okay. Okay, so let's just go through all this again. Okay, so far so good. Let's get one of these guys, and we're going to put in, we're going to be doing lumber, so let's start constructing. Okay, power's being used. I think we're actually good. Stop generating. So then our power use went up all the way. In theory, this now says start constructing, and if I try to start it again, it should shut down at least on the next cycle, I would think, because we're using all the power. Yeah, power surge. Boom. So I would have to go here, start generating again, go here, and start constructing. Okay, so let's make sure that multiple things, if we have multiple things using power, which is obviously like a common thing, start constructing. Okay, so I did get a null check on something. I wonder what that was. Place resource provider on 90, line 90. Recipe equals state. Okay. How can state be null here? I guess we should just have a state check. Let's just search for all of our timers. Okay, that should solve that null issue. I don't know why that happened. I'm not going to save because I kind of want to see. Okay, so I've used, oh, okay, so these should all be stopped now. Oh, it ran out. Let's just start again, even though I'm going to get the power surge. Start again. Oh, I have no wood in here. These are building too fast. But if we start generating, oh, I ran out of wood. Okay, so we should be good. And then when this runs out, so it's gonna, so we're using like most of our power, it's gonna run out, then there'll be one more tick, and then we should get a power surge again. Power surge, and then these should be stopped. Cool. Now I got it twice, and that's because I think both of them notified to say something is wrong. That's not the end of the world to me. If we try and start, we should see a power surge in a minute. Power surge. What a shame. Cool. Okay, that kind of does it. Now, I'm just going to save again. I want to try this again. Let's make sure I got rid of that error. But I also want to just get... let's make sure we have a pick. So what was I trying to do before? Smelt something, yes. So actually, let's just go iron. 50 pick, we only need one. What are some other things we could do? Well, I think that'll be fine. And then, oh, we probably need to make some other resources use power. Unless, no, I think we already are. We already had that set up. So, okay, so first of all, let's get a lovely power plant going. And, oh, I need wood. Oh. Why did my wood go to 0? Oh, I just don't think I actually restarted. Okay, trying again. Okay, cool. So let's get our power plant. Place it here. Bam. Okay, cool. Then put some wood in there. Let's put a bunch of wood. Start generating. Power use. We're using nothing. Let us now build a miner. So we'll place this here. This should just start mining automatically. So we're using 10% of our power. That's pretty cool. Let's put another one over here. Now we're using 20% of our power. Now let's get a constructor. And we will do lumber. Place some wood in there. Start construction. Cool. Then let's actually put a smelter. And, oh, I can't actually smelt. Because I need some stuff. Just gonna get some of this. And we'll put in this. And we will start smelting. And that made our power go up even more. I think we're at 80% now. So that's pretty cool. And then eventually one of these this one will probably run out soon. And then we should see the power go back down. Let's get some more iron going. Yep, so power actually went down. And I actually like having the auto stop now because this used to log a lot of messages. Now it doesn't. Hey, Lycoder. How are you today? What are you building in Flutter? Let's put some more in here. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, I guess it's maxed out. Yeah, what? Okay, so now we have a power surge because I'm using too much. Oh, you know what? It's probably because this ran out. So let's get this running again and let's make sure we can turn our things back on. Start constructing. Start smelting. So basically, if we run out of power, it's kind of a pain in the ass because you got to run around and turn everything back on, which is okay. We could probably find a way to this will be a problem for another day, but we could probably have a way, because in Satisfactory it's like you can just basically do a fuse thing and everything's good. I'm fine with this though. It's like, just don't run out of power. Yes, I am participating in the game hackathon, and that is what I am working on. It's a little, how do you call it? Stardew Valley meets Factorio / Satisfactory with an environmental twist of sustainability. Speaking of sustainability, we do need to account for running these things that, makes you not sustainable. There we go, power surge, yeah! So all of our stuff shut down again. How do I want to deal with that? So yeah, for the sustainability, obviously having a, thing that's burning wood is bad for the environment. Like, in theory, we could, in our GUI, we could just take our power use, basically, and subtract. But actually, I don't really want the power use, because we're going to have clean power as well. We're going to have solar panels and whatever, so it should be based on the amount of resources that are dirty. So maybe we'll actually just make a provider for that. New file, I'll call it like dirty resources. list provider. This is going to run into that same problem though, unless actually, yeah, this will be fine. Dirty resources list provider. So let's grab, let's just make this. So this is going to return a list of placed resources. Except I'm doing this totally wrong. Okay, so this, actually no, this is right. Dirty resources list provider. And this will use a dirty resources list provider. Lycoder, are you also going to be participating in the game hackathon? Wait, I already have... I feel like I don't need this. I already have this list. What we could do is... oh, why didn't this... Dirty resources list. Oh, dirty resources. What we're actually gonna call this is dirty resources. Dirty resources sustainability penalty. And this is actually going to return a double. And for now, we'll just return 0.0. Let's just save that. And of course, I need to actually rename this. Okay, now, where did this file go? Dirty, yeah, this right here. We're going to rename it to Dirty Resources Sustainability Penalty Provider. Did I spell that all right? Close enough. Let's just save that file. Okay, so here what I actually want to do is we're going to watch final, so power generating resources equals ref.watch. Power generating list provider. And what we'll do on our resource, yeah, this will work. This will work beautifully. We're gonna have a double of sustainability penalty. And actually, let's just make it actually default to 0.0. And it's never going to be null. Save that. So what we would take now is all of these guys. We want to go dot watch or dot fold PV. PV is going to be 0.0, and we want to take our this is what I want PV to be. pv plus element dot sustainability, element dot sprite dot resource dot sustainability penalty. Cool. Wicked. So now in our stats GUI, we're actually going to have a, call this sustainability, and we're essentially going to take whatever we are doing here, our state.sustainability, but we're going to subtract out ref.watch this guy. And then we'll use this value in the GUI. So we still have the sort of like fixed one in our model that we're saving, but this is kind of like a computed version of it. And we need to go to our resources. And, okay, our power generator. So we're going to make this use sustainability penalty 5.0. 7.5. I don't know. We'll balance that later. Lycoder, don't leave me hanging. Are you making a game? Are you making a game right now? Okay, so we have our sustainability at 100% because we are amazing. Now, as soon as I turn this on, it should go down 7.5% if we did everything right. And we did. And it actually went down by a majillion because this is actually a percent. So this should actually be 0.075. Minus so much. All right, let's try this again. So we'll build this and we'll put some wood in it and we'll start generating. And we'll see we went down to 93%. If I stop, we're back up. That's perfect. What is it? Oh yeah, power use one shows up. Cool. That's amazing. Now, something I realize we need to do before we get too far ahead of ourselves is in our game save, we are not accounting for a couple things that we've done recently. Here we go. So basically on the start constructing, start selling, and start whatever, we also need to go ref.read. Oh yeah, we also need, actually let's do that first. Okay, so when we're saving a game, first of all, we have is mining. So our oh, this isn't even the right spot. Game. So our save game actually needs a new, I think it needs a new thing. Maybe it doesn't. Oh, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. That's already saved and serialized. But when we load a game, we need to go if pr dot is, I don't know why my IntelliSense isn't showing up, but is generating. Okay, what's going on here? Okay, we're going to just save this file. Sometimes VS Code just really shits the bed and it bothers me. It's like this is just like frozen basically. So let's reopen that file. Oh, okay, let's fully close it. And save game list provider. Okay, detail provider dot. All right, we might have to do a quick little clean up the memory situation here. This especially happens, streaming. The computer's just using too much stuff. Yeah, we're like in some sort of deadlock. Let's just force quit. Let us reload this window. And once it loads, let's just make sure that we start to get our IntelliSense back. Looks like we got colors at least, that's a good sign. But still not really responding. Come on, give me my sweet stuff. What's happening here? What's happening here? Okay, here we go. We have stuff now. Is power generating. Yay, okay, we're back. Okay. So we need to start it if it's going. Contents, nothing really changed there. Okay, let's save this and get it to do our generation. And of course, because we restarted our window, we have to rerun our generator, which will take us a minute. The pain, all the pain. Then, basically what I want to do in any of these, and we'll start with this one, we do ref.read, and we want to do our generating, I forget what it's called, power generating resource list provider .notifier .add, and we need to add in, oh wait, the start power generating actually already does that, doesn't it? Yeah, it adds. Okay, that's amazing. We don't have to do this tedious thing. That's probably all we needed. I'm not sure this area is. Oh, it's just because the file's still generating. So let's let it generate. And then we'll... Oh, wait, it says succeeded. Okay, let's save again. Beautiful. All right, so let's run this again. And let's just test saving to make sure power generation, works. And is carried over between a game save. Well, that's loading. I kind of want to, oops. I want to see if we can get some better, some text, some pixel art for power generation. So, let's just search for power generator. Or let's just search for solar panel. Wow. Okay, there must be a better way. There must be a better way. We'll go to game assets. We'll filter by pixel art. And can you search when you're filtering? I don't think so. Top down we can also add, just to get us a little bit closer. I wonder if like modern interiors would have some kind of, probably not. This also doesn't really match our style anyways, but it's cute. Okay, our game is coming back. Let me make sure it showed up in the right place. It's pretty close. Give you guys the full view. Okay, so what I want to just test now is, let's create a dude. We're going to put a bunch of wood in it. Also, shit, you know what? Oh, what's happening here? Why is it saying this file's not found? Okay, you know what? What I realize we need to do, although it's probably not a problem, but we need to actually start the power generating before we do this stuff, because in theory, if they haven't, I mean, it's all happening in the same frame, but like, it'll just make sense to start generating before we do the construction. Why is this file telling me there's an error? Go to my problems tab. Yeah. Oh, a bunch have a problem, apparently. Oh, it's still generating something. Beautiful. We'll just let that do its thing First one's really slow. First one's really slow. Three minutes and 8 seconds. Can't live with this. Get that right there. So we're just going to test to make sure if we have stuff generating and we save our game and reload, it continues generating. I'm trying to be very careful every time I add a new feature to make sure it's incorporated in the save, because that's a pretty complicated part of this project, is loading all the data. Oh my gosh. Someday soon, Dart will have meta programming, and we won't need all these pesky code generators. We'll just be, you know, just all happen instantly, and it'll be amazing. Can't wait. It's the one thing missing from Dart. Not the one thing, but the main thing. Oh my gosh. I'm going to JSON serialize a little on this. Bear with me for one more moment. I've never seen it take this long. I wonder if there's some weird problem and I just need to start it again. It's waiting on something. Yeah, I'm sorry guys, I'm just gonna have to stop this and let's rerun it. Maybe I like saved a file while it was like doing something and it got stuck. Look, we got all these problems. Help them. We want to get rid of the problems. While that's going, we'll go back to our little search for some things. I wish I could make pixel art. That'd be nice. Let me just Google it. Pixel art. A solar panel. Look at these. These are good. These are good. None of these match your style. None of these match your style. Let's go back here, and I'm gonna find the guy who made. Let's just search for. It's called Craftland. So this is the pack I bought for most of this art, and it's great. Oh, look, he's got this whole bundle. So let's find this person, view all. "2D Magical Lands." Failed. What's this? We have a fail. Asset not found extension. Okay, so what we're gonna do is, oh, also like, yeah, my game crashed and everything. Okay, we're gonna fully quit VS Code. We're gonna just fully quit it. Wait for it to fully do its thing. We'll reopen it. This is my life. I need a better computer. And we'll wait for everything to kind of boot up a little bit. Okay, we got a terminal session. Let's try running this. While we're waiting for this, if anyone wants to chat about anything, throw a question in the chat and we'll talk about Flutter, Dart, programming, anything. Harbor, decorative props. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna find what I'm looking for. Pixel art, solar panel, top down. It's like isometric. Okay. Let's just go here and we're just gonna search for I have to draw this myself. What? I haven't seen this issue before. We got some cached problems. Okay, so what we're gonna do, here's a fun lesson. When shit really gets fucked, we do a Flutter clean. First thing you do before you go to Reddit and say, I have an error. And then we'll do a Flutter pub get. And all these red files shall turn white and green. Then we will rerun our generator. Then we will go back to looking for a solar panel pixel art, or we will try and draw it ourselves. Let's draw it ourselves. It's gonna look so bad. It's gonna look so bad. Okay, so what I kind of want to do is I'm gonna take this guy here. Okay. Please don't make fun of my Photoshop skills. We're gonna take it. We're gonna paste it in. What's our size of this thing? 33 by 32. That's not ideal. Which one? 33 wide. So let's get rid of. Let's get rid of 1 pixel here. Image, crop. Then let us recolor this. Adjustments. So we'll do a hue and saturation. And we're going to try and find a bluish color. There's something that's kind of blue. And we'll saturate it and maybe make it cool. Then it kind of like just cuts off a little bit weird. So I'm actually just going to grab this. Oops. Command C. Command V. And we're going to put it sort of on the edge here. Actually, let's rotate this to just like 90 degrees. Let's put this one on the top. Okay. This is not a tutorial on pixel art. This is not a tutorial on pixel art. Yeah. Then we'll take this one and we'll do this one on the right hand side. So I'll rotate it again 90 degrees and we'll put it like there, and for some reason what? Okay. There we go. We have a solar panel, everyone. We have a solar panel. Doesn't really look good. So we'd actually see it at, because I think I have the camera to 300%. It's not terrible. It's not terrible. Oh, yeah. Okay, we're good. We're good. Okay, so we'll call this power generator solar. 32 by 32. And I do need a 16 by 16 one. That's just a rule I made. Everything has a 16 by 16. So we'll just try resizing that, and it probably looks even worse, but we're gonna live with it. 16 by 16, yay. Which is good timing, because this just finished. So before we build, actually, we can build now. We can build now. So let's make sure we're on Mac. Oh my gosh. Wait, the Flutter daemon isn't running. Oh my god. This is insane. But our file's generated, so that, I got that over with. Except now, oh, so annoying. So annoying. Okay. Okay, we at least see the Mac OS now. Alright, let's just start building. And we have that lovely thing. So let's go to our resources. And we are going to go down to our very bottom-ish. Power generator wood. We are going to grab this. And we are going to call this power generator solar. Solar power generator, oh. Solar, and it's 32 by 32, and its placement is 32 by 32. You can place, you can pick up, you can craft it. It's not gonna have any slots. We don't even care about that. And it can generate the same amount of power, except its sustainability penalty will actually be 0. You get no penalty from that. To build it, we're probably going to want some iron plates. Iron plate. Oh wait, that's right, that's the wrong thing. Here, to build it, definitely iron plates. 25, sure. Probably some cement for like the base or something. Do we have any other things yet that would make sense? Screws, definitely. Definitely we need screws to build this. So let's do 10 screws. I think that's it. If we ever add other things that make sense, we'll include it. Okay, well, I'm not going to save this till this finishes building, because it's just going to cause new issues. And then we'll try placing this. And here we go. I'm sorry this has been so slow, just getting restarted, but it will be fine soon. Okay, what were we testing? Okay, yeah, we wanted to test, before we get into solar panels, we want to make sure that if we are running a power generator, and let's also have something just to really make sure we're good. Let's also have a smelter, and the smelter is going to be smelting a bunch of this. Okay, so we see our sustainability went down a bit because we have that. Our power use, we're pretty good. Let us save the game, and we'll just call this power generator. Okay, and let's just double check. This is generating, yeah, and this is smelting. Cool. Okay, so I'm just going to do a green arrow rebuild as if we just relaunch the game. And we will go load game. And I think I clicked too fast. Oh, I see. It's still building. Okay, load game, power generator. Okay, so we have them placed at least, and I think it did not start generating. I think that's an easy fix though. Hopefully. Let's see. Let me just remind myself. Yes. We need to also go here is oh wait, this is the place resource, yeah. What? Why does it show up for a second? Is power generating. Detail state dot is power generating. Okay. Let's see if there's anything else that I didn't think of. So the game save, I don't think I do anything there. That's already serialized by my models. I think that was just the one I was missing. That's on the... Is this in the save? Oh yeah, so we weren't actually saving the fact that it was generating. That makes sense. Okay, so what we need to do is, we're gonna have to rebuild twice, but it'll be worth it. Okay, so let's do that same thing. We're gonna go like this, we're gonna go like this, we're gonna place this, we're gonna put a bunch of wood in it, start generating. Then we're gonna place a smelter, right? And we're gonna put a bunch of iron, there it is. Start smelting. Okay, so our power is being used, cool. We're going to save game. And I'm just gonna save over top of the power generator, and I realize I need a scrollable thing there. For another day. Okay, so you save the game. Relaunch. And, oh, my bad. Load game. Power generator. Okay, and looks like we're good. It's still generating power. Let's make sure that goes down. Yep, it's going down. And in theory, this should still be smelting. It's not. Oh, I don't think I actually dealt with that. Is smelting. Yep. Okay. I'm gonna just assume that works. Okay, what I want to try now is, can we craft a... Oh, I didn't add it. So that's fine. So we need to make sure in... Let's do it in special. Power generator, solar. Yeah. Okay, we'll save everything. I want to make a solar panel. I want to see my beautiful pixel art come to life. Rebuild. Look, we got a power surge. It's amazing. Oops. Double click there. Solar panel. Solar power gen. Okay, so I need 25 iron plates, 10 screws, 5 cement. So let's go to my spawn state, because I don't want to craft all this stuff, obviously. And let's just do... I don't care about the tent right now, so let's do iron plate. And we need 25, so I'm going to get 50 of them. We also need screws, so let's use this. And we need 10 of them, so let's get 20. And I don't care about shovel right now, so let's do cement. What do I need? 5, so let's get 10. And rebuild. Okay, so let's go here and let's go try to craft our solar panel. We're crafting. Boom. Okay, now I should have a solar panel in here. I do. And let's place it somewhere. Oh, it looks so good. Perfect. Needs a little more depth. Okay, so actually, this might just work. Cool. Now okay, there is a problem. So because this one doesn't actually require resources, let's just for the next power generator solar, I'm just gonna start with those in the next save, in the next launch. So we need to go to our detail, place resource detail, and okay, start mining. Remove from any slot. No, that's not what we want. Our generating. Where is that? Okay, start power generating. So if resources are empty, we stop. But we should actually check. So I think what we'll do is in our resource model, wherever we are power stuff. So let's put it here, and it's a default. Maybe this is a null. Yeah, we'll just do a default list. Power, or fuel, I guess. We can call it fuel. I'll call it power fuel just to keep everything kind of namespaced. Fuel, how do you spell that? F-U-E-L. And this will be a list of resource. Because we might allow multiple things. Or we can actually get around this because we already kind of have something like this. Let's just use that value. So I have something for specific. No, let's do it this way. Let's resource power fuel, and I'll save that. Now I do have to start the stupid generator again because we restarted, but it'll do its thing. So what we can check first of all is final resource list, or let's call it fuel options. It's going to go to the state, not state, but state dot power fuel. And we can go if fuel options dot is empty, which would be for the case of something like solar panel or wind, we can actually just return out of this. So just, every 5 seconds really doesn't do much. It's just kind of like going to keep running. Wait for that to come. Otherwise, what we want to do is actually get our resources.expand.where, and we want to use our fuel options.contains, and we'll just actually just call this R, make it a little bit shorter, and convert that back to a list. That way it only takes things that can fuel it. So that means in our power generator wood, we want to essentially keep these the same. We only want to store that, but we also only want our power fuel. And I kind of want to call this power fuel resource options, make it more verbose. And yeah, that's fine. And now, actually, I don't like the word power there. This is obvious enough. Fuel resource options. And it says succeeded. So let's save this file again. Going to do a quick build, hopefully that time. Okay, now we're getting some errors because this should now just be fuel resource options, and here state dot sprite dot resources dot fuel resource options. Okay, cool. So yeah, basically if it's empty, we don't actually take anything from it. Okay, cool. Let's try saving that and make sure all this stuff works. Refresh. Okay, so we'll start by, although I realized in my spawn state we got rid of the other thing, so let's actually do power generator wood, and we'll also have 3 of those. Rebuild. Okay, so let us, first of all, build this guy here. Boom. We'll put some wood in it, and we will start generating. Seems good. Let's also just get some, just like a miner or something, so that we can actually see. So we're using 10% of our power, makes sense. Then let's build a solar panel and place it here, and we should see, once we start it at least, we should see that it's gone down. Yeah, we're only using 5% of our power. In theory, if I build another one, hey, that looks cool. Didn't mean to put it there, but we should go down. Yeah, now we're down to 3%. Now, something else we could do that's cool is we can go to our place, what would this be in the level? Grid tap. So I kind of do something, I don't know if you noticed, but miners will automatically start mining because they don't really require an input. So it's kind of tedious to have to like start it yourself. But we can do something similar. So if it's a miner and register records, where do we actually do that? It should be something like start mining in here. Resource placed in hitbox. Let's just search start mining. There we go. If resource is miner. So here we can go if resource dot is power or generates, can generate power, and resource dot fuel resource options dot is empty. We can actually go ref dot read. I can basically copy this whole line, and instead of starting mining, we can start power generating. So that won't work for this because it requires you to put something in. It would be kind of useless to do, but all right, so let's, I don't know what it's regenerating right now. I think we're fine. So let's just see if that placing a solar panel will work in that way. So solar panels are great, I think, for 2 reasons. 1, sustainability. It's not going to affect your sustainability. And 2, you don't really have to worry about them shutting off because they're not going to run out of resources. Now, you know, if it was nighttime, but we're not dealing with nighttime in this game, at least now. Okay, so that should already be, yeah, it's already generating. Another one here. They're going, but if I was to build one of these and place it, it's not generating. But we can put wood in it and then start generating, and everything's great. Okay, cool. So now if I put a miner in, and we go here, we're only using a little bit of our power, but if we actually stop these, which, you know, we'll allow people to stop them. And same with this, we should get a power surge. Yeah, power surge. It's probably a good way to fix that. In fact, let's see if I can fix that now. What would this be? This is the, let's go to my toast. Toast message list provider. So yeah, what we could do is actually pass in a null, like an optional string called identifier override, let's call it that. And then basically we can use this if it's not null, otherwise fall back to the next. So that when I think this will work. That way we can kind of have, yeah, so I can actually be like if state dot first where or null element dot identifier equals identifier does not equal null, and I think I copied something wrong. There we go. Then we'll actually just return out of it, so we won't add it again. So this never gets auto-generated, so that will never happen unless we purposely pass in something like identifier override to be, let's call it like power surge. It doesn't really matter what this is, but in theory, this should prevent it from having more than one added to the screen because it'll have the same identifier. Okay, so let's just do that exact same flow. All right, I'll do the whole flow. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna do the exact same thing. Okay, so what did we do? We had a solar panel here. We had a solar panel here. Then we built, I think, a miner right there. Cool. Then we built a whatever place. Doom. We gave it wood. We started generating. Everything was good. And then we started to turn these off, right? Stop. Stop. And stop. And we see power surge. It only came up once. So that's pretty nice. Cool. Alright. Alright. We are good. We are good. I think this is a great time to commit some code. I'm just going to call it power. That's basically what we were doing. Alright, that was a lot. But we now have a concept of power, which is cool. Yeah. Yeah. Wicked, wicked, wicked. Okay, I'm just gonna take a quick bathroom break and think about what to do next. Okay. Next up, I'm gonna try. Wait, that's cool. Wait, is this new in VS Code? It's like I can still see the folder I'm in? That's amazing. What the heck? That's so good. Oh, gosh. Is that new? Or did I enable something by accident? Okay, cool. Let's go to our grid. Grid overlay. I don't remember how this works. Do we have hover callbacks? Oh yeah, we already have on hover enter. Let me just make sure this is being called. Test 1, 2, 3. Or I guess this would have to be in the. Can I do an update function on this? Update. What kind of? This is a parallax component. Is there no update function in a parallax component? Well, that's annoying if that's the case. On mount, there is an update. Okay. Okay. Void update. Super dot update. Okay, good. We have an update function. That's helpful. So on hover enter, we also need access to ref here, so river pod component mixin ref.read in select, what is it? We have like a hand, what's it called? Resource in hand. Hand provider. Okay, and what we can do is if resource, I guess this could actually happen in the load, not in the hover. If resource does not equal null, resource equals resource. And in fact, we can make this even easier. So we'll have a late resource. Actually, this doesn't have to be late. It can just be this, because it's nullable. So we can actually just make resource equals this. Okay, so on update, how do I get the mouse position? So on tap, event.local position. It must be like a on hover. What does our hover callbacks include? On pointer move. Okay, cool. Oops. Let's see. On pointer move. So let's actually just grab this. Actually, I'm going to test something real quick. Okay, wait, on pointer move. I'm going to test two things at once. I want to see, does this load actually get called multiple times? I think it will, because I'm adding and removing it from the screen, but let's find out. Okay, so let's just find something I can place. Do I have anything? Yeah, this. Place. Oh. Wow. Okay, null check used on a null. Okay, well let's
let's not worry about that for a second. Okay, so I got pointer events. Let's get rid of that though. So that's very distracting. Okay, let's actually just close this, clear my thing, clear it, and hey, it's winter. Let's place anything. Okay, so what happened there? Type error. What? That's weird. Crafttown, line 52. Okay, let's also just get rid of the update. Maybe that's screwing something up. Okay, let's clear everything, and I'm just gonna grab something else I can place. Wow. What is doing that? What the heck? Hover callbacks. Okay, this is frustrating. Rebuild. We'll just put these things in one at a time. Okay, like this, place. Okay, we're still good. So the load happens. Cool. Can't be placed here. That makes sense. Alright, then we'll place another one. And then, oh, the load. So wait, what? I must have something to do with this. The only change I made was this. Okay, you know what? We're going to undo everything in this file, just to make sure it's not something else. Alright, we're back to how it was moments ago. So what I'm trying to get right now, in case you haven't figured it out, is I want to show like a ghost image of where you're placing something. Because it's kind of annoying, like when I place something, especially if it's like not a just 32 by 32, it can kind of like show up kind of randomly. So we want a ghost. Okay, let's make sure that we're good. Okay, so something to do with just adding resource as null seems to be doing something. That's fine though, I don't even know if I need that. So let's do on pointer move, and let's just put that in. And well, actually, sorry, before I do that, I wanted to know if the load function gets called each time or just the first time we load the grid. Okay, so we'll load it once. And that definitely said load. Also, we'll place another one. Okay, so it doesn't. That's interesting. But that should be fine, because I don't actually think we need to do it that way. Okay, so now let's go into our onPointer move event, and let's just print. What we're going to do is get the X and Y here. And let's just print X. Just want to know if we can actually do this. Okay, so we'll save that. And we are seeing, okay, we're seeing tiles, that's good. Okay, so what I also want in this is hopefully we can have a, I want to basically show something in that spot. So let's just remember, let's go to our level. Okay, cool. So our grid, show grid, high grid, show grid, high grid, grid on tap. Okay, right. There's a couple ways we could do this. We can either have it added to the level or added to the grid itself. Add it to the level or add it to the grid? Add it to the level or add it to the grid? Let's try adding it to the grid. So we're going to need a sprite component, and we'll call this ghost placement. And basically, when, I guess, on pointer move, what we can check if ghost placement equals null, and ref.read, and this is change we need back. Riverpod component mixin. Okay. Actually, no, we can do this differently. Let's do this differently. So where do we show the grid? When we show grid, we want to go grid overlay dot ghost placement is going to be equal to and here we do the ref dot read resource in hand provider dot yeah, okay, so we actually need, you know what, let's get rid of this. Final resource equals this dot yeah, let's just get the resource. And then assuming if resource does not equal null, astute viewers will notice I did not put an equal sign there. Then we want to add this. So we need to make the sprite component first, which would be, I guess we just do a resource sprite. Final sprite. Let's call it ghost sprite equals resource sprite, and here we need to pass in all the things that we would need. So position size, sure. Actually, I don't care about really any of that except for resource. Resource equals resource. What's the other thing we're missing? Is ground. Is ground. This really doesn't matter, but I'll just do false. Okay, so, and then we want to go and actually equals ghost sprite. Now, this should actually be not a sprite component, but a resource sprite. Ghost sprite equals this, ghost placement. Oops, we need to import this. And hopefully, okay, cool. Then when we move, we're just gonna do if ghost placement does not equal null, we want to go ghost placement dot x is going to be actually this, I think. Might not even need those. Ghost placement dot x, ghost placement dot, wait, is that, don't I have to do dot position? Yeah, position dot x dot position dot y equals n dot y. But actually I want to do this floor thing. Yeah, I still want essentially this, but then we have to actually multiply it again by tile size. And let's make our ghost placement dot opacity equal to 0.5 or something. So it's a ghost. Alright, no idea if this will work. Oh, we need to save this file too. Let me just save that. And let's just rebuild for good measure. And something went wrong, although it's not showing many errors. Did I get rid of? Oh shit, I got rid of adding the grid overlay somehow. Okay, so it wasn't actually an error. I also realized we need to actually add the sprite, which makes sense probably to do here. So we would go grid overlay dot add okay. Now let's see what happens. This will kick ass if this works. It probably won't. Oh my gosh. Holy shit, it's working. Oh yeah, okay, now we'll actually show up in the exact same spot. Replace resources null. That's weird. But this is sick. Why is it saying place resources null? That's weird. Okay, so handle tap. On grid tap. Resource equals this, if resource equals null. Just hides grid. So where is this actually? Probably something so stupid. I wonder if I also got rid of something. I don't think I did. Okay, let's just get rid of this code and see if it has anything to do with this code. Oh, you know what? It's probably because I'm tapping. I bet you it's because I'm tapping on the resource sprite because it's moving along with me. That's definitely what it is. That's definitely what it is. Watch. Aha, moment. So if I just place this, it all works. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. I'm literally clicking on this thing. So when we do this, can we make like ghost placement dot pointer dot I guess what we need is our resource. Yeah, let's do it this way. Let's go to our resource sprite. And we'll just have a Boolean final bool is interactive. Or maybe we'll do is ghost. this dot is ghost by default will be equal to false. So now in our we have an update. There's probably an on tap somewhere in here. On tap down. If is ghost return. Now the problem is this on tap might still take over, in which case we might have to do this a little bit differently. But we'll still do this. So we obviously don't want this stuff to happen. Is ghost. Is ghost. We just don't want to do anything. Hovering we don't care about. Is ghost. Any other tap events? Okay, so let's do that. And then when we actually create this, we want to say is ghost true. This might not solve our issue, but it's a good start. Yeah, so the tap event unfortunately still propagates, or doesn't propagate through. So is there a way to, let's see what, let's actually go into the tap callbacks. Yeah, it doesn't seem like we can. Okay. If this was normal Flutter, we would just say pointer events none, or wait, for CSS, pointer events none. God damn it. I hate when things are called like common words. Okay, so we have the tap events. How can we ignore? Mixins, as tap. I guess we could set the priority to it below the grid. Grid overlay. Priority is 100. So let's try this. I don't know if it'll work. We would do this on the ghost sprite. Dot priority equals, let's make it 99, so it's one less than the grid. And okay, I think actually might have just worked. Oh, ghost sprite. Okay, let's just rebuild. Weird things happen. Damn, still won't let me click through it. Shit. Okay, there must be a way to do this. Like I could just make a whole new widget or component for this. Let's look at my resource sprite again. How complicated is it? Yeah, it's kind of complicated. I don't really want to duplicate this. I did set that to ghost. Yeah, is ghost true? The tap up's not being called because the other one's taking precedence. Alright, we are just going to do it this way. We're going to call it a ghost resource sprite dart. And we'll just open up our resource sprite because there's going to be some similarities. We're going to keep this as simple as possible. So we'll call this class ghost resource sprite. It's going to extend sprite group component, but we don't want any of these. We probably will maybe still need a game. We definitely still need the game ref. But I don't care about hovering. I won't care about RiverPod. We'll just do that. Okay, and we definitely want just a resource. Final resource. And we don't care about any of that, so let's just go ghost resource sprite, and we will require this dot resource, and we won't worry about anything to do with initial position or identifier. We don't care about saving it to JSON. We don't care about any of that, but we do want an onload function. And basically, we also need the sprite itself. We'll just call it late final sprite. Okay. Onload. So our sprite thing, basically we're going to, what is this question? That's for rotating. So we want to just use this sprite equals that. I don't really care about states, which means I don't really need a sprite group component. I think it can just be a sprite component. And that way I can just do sprite equals this. I think that's how that works. Okay. And oh yeah, we also need to pass in super dot position and super dot size. Which size, actually, yeah. Yeah, how does it know the size? That's an interesting question. Size. That's just to do with the indicators, which you don't care about. Weird. Okay. Well, let's just try this. Okay, so what we're going to do now in our grid overlay is instead of taking a resource sprite, we're going to have a ghost resource sprite. And let's just call this ghost resource sprite. Actually, let's just call it ghost. Okay, then ghost. Okay, now when we add this, we're actually going to do ghost equals this. Equals ghost sprite, and this will be ghost resource sprite. So I don't care about any of that stuff. Its size will be resource dot placement. Actually, vector 2 resource dot placement width, placement height, which by default I think are 16, and we don't care about the position because that's the thing we're going to be updating. And we want to add the ghost sprite to sorry, we just want to add ghost. Okay, save it. And rebuild. Hey, can you please rebuild? Do we have a problem? We don't have a problem. Okay, we're good. Let us try this. Okay, so I'm gonna grab my favorite item, place it. So I have this guy, and now I can click it. So there's, this was a problem that came up at the start of this stream, was like the placements were weird. And now we can actually visualize what's happening. It was especially complicated with this. So I'm placing it here, you'd think it would go there, but it's actually going there. So what we need to account for when we are actually placing it, handle tap on grid tap. So we actually want to add, we can do this, maybe actually we do it here. We'll add in on the Y. I think we only have to care about the Y because the X seemed fine. We'll double check that. But we basically want to add the ghost dot size.height, and then we want to divide by the tile size again. Yeah, ghost dot, let's just do it this way. Int y equals that, and then y plus equal, or we can actually go if ghost dot, or ghost is not equal null, then we want to go y plus equals ghost dot size dot height, or dot y, why is that? Oh, because it's double. Yeah, so let's just round that. But we're also getting this issue because it could be null even though we know it's not. We want to take that and we want to divide it by tile size as well to get to a coordinate space. Okay, so let's see if that actually solves this problem. And then we're going to try something else if that works. Okay, so we'll start by placing this. So I'm going to place it right here. And it seems like it went down one more, which actually makes sense. Because we want to still subtract out one tile. Just minus one after all of this, I believe. Okay, so let's place that again. So I'm placing it, snug up on that. Okay, okay, let's place right there. Constructor is in the way. Oh, because it's still in memory that it's there, even though it's not. Okay, so we'll place it there. It's like weird how it's kind of being placed off. Is there some weird thing with the anchor in our resource sprite? Anchor, no. Okay, let's just try placing another thing. Let's do a solar panel. It's very gritty. Okay, that's going in the right spot. Oh, I wonder if there's just, you know what? I think my sprites allow for kind of like some weird offset thing. Let's just go to my resources. Let's search for constructor. Constructor A. How are we going to say interaction radius? So it has a placement width of 26 and a height of 30. Oh, I see the problem, because these don't actually multiply. These don't actually multiply to a grid. In this case, this one worked totally fine. Okay, I want to test one other thing before we figure out that. Can I place that there? Oh, that stupid constructor is in memory. Like, one solve for this is actually just make all my images multiples of 16, which is probably the best plan. So previously I couldn't actually build here because copper was in the way. Even though it's not in the way there. So there's still something going on. Obviously I won't be able to place it here because there's a power generator. Can I place here? I can. Can I place here? I can. Let's pick this up. So does picking up work? Can I place in that same spot again? Oh, what the hell? Oh, because we're not removing. We need to also in the level whenever we hide grid. So we got to remove grid overlay, but first we want to check if grid overlay dot ghost does not equal null. We want to go grid overlay dot remove grid overlay dot ghost. Okay, let's just make sure about that. Rebuild for good measure. Okay, let's try to build a solar panel over here. Let's try and build another one over here, and let's remove, pick this up, and it should be obviously gone in that case. Now the question is, does it show up again? No, it doesn't. Okay, cool. Now for some reason I can't build there. I should be able to. Something's wrong. Can I build right under it? I can right under. So it's almost like there's just one. It's off by like one. We check this in the level. We start X at tile X, and we get the placement height, divide by tile size, round, chords at resource, where this equals this. Do I need to like subtract 1? That's what I'm doing there, so maybe. It seems kind of strange, but oh, maybe maybe it should be flooring instead of rounding. That could actually be the problem. Let's just try this first. I'm sure this will work. So I should be able to place here now. But let's pick that up and place it here. That won't work. And then it says power generators in the way. Interesting. It still thinks it's there. So we'll have to deal with that. But let's just figure out, let's do floor, and let's do floor here, and get rid of that -1, because I think that was actually part of the problem. And then we'll solve that pickup problem. Still can't place it there, eh? Still can't place it there. Wow. Okay, so we did need that -1 there. Okay. Okay, let's place this guy here. Yeah, it doesn't let me. Let's just check a few things here. Can I place it? I can place it there. Then let's just do the bottom and left. It seems like it's only... And then actually, let's try this with a larger thing too. Okay, so let's try this. Put it right under. It allows that. Place this here. It's cool with that. Place it here. It's cool with that. Then, obviously, the top one's wrong. Okay, so what are we doing? We're going Y less than, maybe you see less than, no. Tile Y plus this. Okay, I guess I'll just put a -1 here. That seems to solve it. I think. Okay, I can put that there. And I can now put it there. So that's a problem. That's definitely not the solve that we're looking for. This is very strange. Let's just see. Let's forget about that right now. Can I place this right on top? I can. So I think it might be actually something wrong with this. Let's see. Resources. We go to our what is that? Copper. Copper. It's just 16 by 16. So this gets placed from the map. So maybe I'm just let's confirm that. Is it something to do with just map placements? I think so. Because I can't do that there either. Okay, so I think it's something to do with the map placements. Let me place bucket. Can I place this here then? Or in the way? Yeah, it must just be something to do with that. So let's open up our level. Spawn resources. Okay, so we have something where place resource list provider. It's probably because of this dot round, maybe? I should be flooring these, maybe? Because where does this untap? So we're checking the occupied chords. Okay, I'm just gonna, before we look into that, I just want to make sure I didn't break anything. Make sure I can still place this where I would expect. Interesting. Let's undo that for a second. I think we are just gonna end up making everything a proper 16 by 16 grid. I think it's the only way to solve some of these problems. Interesting. Let's just do the solar panel again. It's a nice, see, everything's good when it's actually a 16 by 16. But let's just look for, where's this thing gone? Occupied chords provider. Oh, right, this looks at something else. Okay, so this is looking inside the placed resource provider. So wherever we're doing placed resources, okay, so we're adding. It could just have something to do with this. Let's put this back to floor. Floor. What is this part of? Oh, what? Hey, it's doing it here too. That's sick. VS Code, thank you. Tells me what function I'm in. That's amazing. I noticed that earlier and I thought it was like a bug. But yeah, it's like telling you what function you're in, just like folding it nicely. Okay, so hang on. Yeah, let's still floor here. I don't think that's definitely not the spot. So let's look. Place resource provider. So this is within level when we spawn the resources. Yes. So let's actually floor these and see if that works. Okay, so I still can't place it there. my theory is maybe it's actually in this right here. So we are going through all the placements, which placements are also including those things. Starting at the tile X, X less than this. Starting at tile Y, less than this. So where do we add tile Y and tile X? It's between one of these two places. It's got to be. Okay, so we're taking the X. It would be this right here, and we're flooring it. Object.x, object.y, divide by tile size and floor it. Width and height. Where does... Oh, right. The width of it will be... Yeah, width divided... That's the number of tiles it takes up. So maybe we just actually have to subtract 1 from these things. But then why wouldn't x be screwed up? Let me just look at this code, make sure there's just not a typo, because that could totally be why. Okay, so when we add it, we're passing in all these things, tile size y, dot tile size y. This all seems right. Let us just do something really fun. And we'll actually just put the hitboxes on. So maybe it's something as simple as that. That should have added in my collision boxes. It did not, though. Why are my collision boxes showing up? Your Spawn Razors has hitbox, which it does. This one has a hitbox, this one has a hitbox. Collision box. Okay, I don't know how I screwed that up, but I meant to type true there, I swear. No, we're good. The collision box part is fine. So... Okay, oh, I see. I think this just has to do with, like, things not being 16 by 16. Because what it's doing is it's making us position like this. Yeah, that's definitely what's happening. Okay. So that's a fairly easy solve. Basically, I just have to make everything a multiple of 16. So it falls within the grid, which is tedious, but we can do that. Let's just assume that's the case and go back to false. Then what I want to do is we need to make it so when you pick up a resource, it's no longer part of that. So that would be in the contents menu. We'll search for pickup. Okay, so when we pick up, which we should be able to just use code in here. So success equals this. So right here we will also grab all and what's this? Pick up. Oh, that's for grabbing the inputs and stuff. Okay, hang on. Where do we actually... box. I guess here. Ref.read placed resource list provider .notifier .remove, which I don't think we have yet, but we will make it. And let's just make sure that oh, this is in the same file. Oh, it's in the same file. Oh my gosh. Okay, when we pick it up, we just need to remove it from here. We need to, this is a list of things, right? Yeah, list. Okay. So we actually don't want to do it that way. We want to go state equals state. And we want to go remove where. We'll skulls R equals, we pass something in, I assume. Yeah, place resource item. Really, this is a PR, and we can just go PR dot unique identifier equals item dot unique identifier. Okay, I'm not gonna save that yet because I want to just make sure I can reproduce the problem. So let's just save the collision box thing. Oh, wow. Look at all that. And let's rebuild. And okay, so let's make the problem happen. Which, Jesus Christ. Like sometimes when you just click too fast before it's ready, Flutter just shits the bed. Okay. Yeah, I have like this whole now. I can't interact with my keyboard, which is annoying. Oh, okay. It's still doing stuff. Okay, we can walk. Okay, so I'll demonstrate the problem. If I place this, and I'll place it just like right above me, cool. Then I'm gonna pick it up. Okay, so it's gone. Now, I'm going to place another one right here. Ah, shit. Wait. Oh. Did I save? Oh, I saved. It's because this file saved. Oopsie. Okay, hang on. Let's just make sure that I'm not going crazy. Okay, so let us place something. So I'm going to go place this right here. Then I'm going to pick it up. Cool, it's gone. Then I'm going to place it again. And I should get, yeah, see, it's in the way. But when we have this code, it fixes it. There, this code fixes it. That's what it's for. It's for fixing that. Okay, so let's, well, actually, yeah, this is a good time to commit. We had a pretty good win here. Dash M, and this would be basically what did we do? We did the ghost on grid, which is a huge win. So we can actually see where we're placing it. Now, let's see how big of a job this is going to be. So what I want to search for is placement width. So how many times does that come up? 19. So basically, any of these that are not multiples of 16. Let's see, so that's 1. That one's actually fine. In fact, I'm going to delete this because 16 is the default anyways. That one will keep. That one's fine. That one we 28 by 32. Almost. 16 by 25, so that we need to fix. That we need to fix. That we need to fix. Community chest, yep. 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 96 by 112. Let's see. That one might be fine. 96 divided by 16. Okay. 112 divided by 16. House is actually fine. And brick house is the same. Conveyor belt as the default. And then power generator wood. 32 obviously is, but is 74? Probably not. No, it's not. Okay. That one is actually fine. So wait, I think there's like 3 that are fine. Okay, so it's like 12 that have a problem. Let's try and fix this first by the one that we're having like this major problem with. So let's look for copper. Let's just see how pain in the ass this is gonna be. Oh wait, copper is. Oh, it's because of the resource hitbox stuff. Okay. In this case, it's because of that. So, let's just fix that right now. I think we can. Spawn
resources. So what I was doing is we were actually, so see what I'm taking, I'm putting its position as object.x plus this plus this. But then when we actually, maybe, was that the spot? It's this right here, object.x. So what's object in this case? Actually, that actually seems fine, because we're using, unless we're editing, are we modifying that object? I don't think so. Let me just, oh, that's just for the collision box, yeah. Okay, so wait. Is there still a problem then? So copper's in the way there. Okay, so I don't think, because this is taking, it's taking the sprite, sure. Is there any other weird offset? It's adding it, object.x divided by tile size, width, height. Okay, so there must just be something else that's wrong. I still want to do the 16 by 16 thing. It's gonna make things better, but let's try and solve this problem. This one is 16 by 16. And it's still causing this issue. But what's weird is, okay, actually wait. Let me just place something else. Maybe like the smelter. Yeah, that's just because it's a weird size. Let me rebuild, because I like, the solar panels are actually like amazing to work with because they're perfect squares. Okay, so hello. Okay, so I can't place it there either. I can't place it there. I can't place it there. But strangely enough, I obviously can't place it here either, can I? Yeah, wood is in the way. Okay, so there's something to do. Okay, what we're gonna do is in our placed, or it's chords, occupied chords provider. Let's just print chords, which is gonna be a little bit annoying to look at. Well, let's just see. Actually, I bet this isn't going to actually print anything until I try to do something, I imagine. Okay. Place. So I'll just place it somewhere. Let's, oh shit. Let's go to our chord object and let's do a toString. Here's a fun Dart tip. String override. I think that's how you do it. Then we return. So we want it to return x, y, and then we'll do. Oh, right, no, right. The coordinate doesn't have a width and height. We add multiple ones. Okay, so let's just save that so we can at least get something happening here. Okay, so let's try placing a solar panel again, somewhere over here. Okay, so yeah, this is like impossible to actually figure out. I guess what we could do is we can go just this temporary thing for final C in chords if C dot placed resource dot ident dot sprite dot resource dot identifier equals copper, then we will print C. So this will print all the coordinates for copper, which should just be 1. And this is going to end up being something really stupid that will be easy to solve once we know what the problem is.
Okay, so let us place one solar panel, and we see 49 and 46. Okay, cool. Which makes sense. It's just one coordinate. So then there must be just something wrong with our. So this part is right. So it's something to do with when we're placing them. So where's that weird loop? Okay, so we have our loop. So we're checking tile X. So let's actually also here print so if it doesn't equal null, let's actually go and print chord with resource, which will give us that X, Y, whatever thing. And I guess we should also here, let's also print X, Y, and I'll just do kind of like a dash dash thing here so we know the difference between these two. Okay, hopefully, so I'm going to try to place this here. So I got 49, 46, 49, 46. So, but where I'm really trying to place this, you know what? I feel like we have to subtract. Maybe we start Y at this and minus down. Maybe that's the problem. So I'll make minus, minus. We would start at here, and we want tile Y to be greater than, oops, tile Y, okay, hang on, I messed that up. Okay, so we start, let me just copy this line, paste it. Okay, so we'll start Y. Instead of starting a Y, we're going to start Y actually at tile Y, but we're going to subtract out this whole thing here so that we start further up. Then we want Y to still be less than tile Y. And then we do Y, Y plus plus. So we're starting at the top of it and counting down, I think. Let's try that again. And it placed, okay, that's a good sign. Let's do a full rebuild though. So it was kind of, yeah, that makes sense. That actually makes sense. I think we have a solve. It's because like the bottom left is like the coordinate that we're going to do. So let's make sure we can still place this all the way around. Stone ore is in the way. What? What the fuck? How is stone ore in the way? Did I... Okay, this is wrong. It's almost right. Okay. Y is greater than tile Y. That's probably right. So it was like, it was conflicting with this. Okay. I don't know if that exactly is the solve, but let's find out. We're just going to try and place a bunch of things. Okay, so first of all, let's place this here. Boom. We'll place this here. Yes. Let's try placing on top of it. Greater or equal to, maybe? We're so close. We're so close. I just need to wrap my head around this. Loops are fun. Okay, so first of all, let's actually test the inevitable. Okay, so that still doesn't help it. Okay, let me rethink about this again. Let's get rid of that line. So we want to start y. I guess we can still start at tile y. Okay, and then we want y still to be less. Maybe this is how we do it. Y minus minus. Okay. So we start at tile y, which I think is that bottom right thing. We want y to be greater than that. Okay. It's so hard, so hard. Okay, so let's just see if this conflicts. Doesn't. Let me try placing it just above it. No. Okay. So we start at tile y. I like the idea of this. We start at tile y, but we want to subtract out this value. Subtract out that. We want y to be less than or equal to tile y. Oh, thank you. And we want to increment y. So okay, so we'll basically start higher up, and we want it to be. I think that might do it. Let's go to my spawn state, and we're gonna go to our solar panels, and we're gonna have 30 of them. That way we can really go to town in testing this. Okay, show me potato salad. Okay, so let's just see if we can place over top. Okay, I got the error, copper in the way. I still get the error, copper's in the way. Oh, I think we got it. I think we got it, guys. Place there. Oh, copper's still in the way there, but it's not there. Okay, we're almost there. And then we have power generator. So it's off by 1. So maybe it's just making this less than. It's going to be one or the other, either less than or we'll have to increment 1. Okay, let's do that exact same thing. This is my version of unit testing. Okay, place this here. It's good. Place. Power generator in the way. That's weird. Okay. So maybe we actually need to take tile y and actually subtract. Oops. Subtract 1 more, or add 1 probably. Then this might have to be less than or equals to in this case. All I know is we are very close. We know it is somewhere in these characters. We know it. Okay. So let's try and place this there. No. Try and place it here. Okay, so there. So the less than or equal to. I'm just going to keep trying things until this works. I probably don't have to be rebuilding for all of these, but it's just eliminates all variables. Okay. Can't place. Can't place. Can place. Okay, real moment of truth though is I can place there. Oh yeah. I can place there. Okay. No, power generator in the way. That's so weird. Why would that one? Okay, so it's like looking at. So wait, so I can't place this here either? Can I place it here? No. Can I place it here? No. Can I place it here? That's so strange. Oh my gosh. Are the placed resources perhaps an issue now? Okay, let's think. Let's just open up a second thing of this and go to our grid tab. That's okay, that's the check for that, but then when we actually place it, yeah, we're flooring that there. Okay, so what I need, you know what? I know a way we can test this. I want to know whether it has something to do with placing these things or if it's something that has a larger size. And luckily we have another resource we can try that is placed. So if it happens here, we know it's just to do with the size. So let's just go here and let's try and place this right on top. I can't. We should be able to place it like there. But where I think it'll cause a problem is placing here. No, it's not. Okay, so it must have something to do with the placed ones are like off by 1 or something when we actually place them. So we're adding it, tile X, tile Y. This is very strange. I'm just going to make sure this is the code that is... Oh, this might actually create a way worse error. Maybe not. I just want to check if this is what is causing it, or somewhere from that point on. Let's find out. So, place this here. Then... See, it's letting me because I've got rid of that. So we know something to do with where this, something to do with this code here. So let's print tile X. Print tile Y, and we'll do something like that. Okay, so when I place this in 4946, but then it's saying 4542. What? Okay, wait, what's that first? Oh, that's that's not even the thing. I need to remove this code here, and let's, or what we could do is if it equals solar panel. Okay, so what I need to do is actually place one of these, which should do that first print. Place it right there. And then, so that's 4844. Now if I place something else, and I'm going to place this somewhere purposely that it won't actually work, I get 4946. Yeah. So, this is off by the dash step. The equals is this 48, 44. But then it gets remembered as 49, 46. So it's almost like I'm just gonna see if this works. So wait, the equals, we want to add 1 or subtract 1. Forty-nine, 46, 49, 46. Oh wait, maybe this, it's these ones that should be, that's where it actually is placed. Okay, no, this is right. Like these two are the same. So then what the heck is going on here? How come I can place this here, but I can't place this under here? I get power generator in the way, but I can place it here. This isn't in the way. Something to do with the way this is being added is an issue. Maybe we just have to subtract out the height here. Let's just try that. That actually might be why. Bet you that's actually why. So let's just still place this here. I can place that there, okay? But then I can still place on top of it. Because we probably, okay, we need to subtract that, but also then add 1 tile size, I think. Because tile size is a double. So let's just floor it. Okay, so let's take our thing. Let's first of all make sure we can't place on top of this. Place it there. Place another one there. Oh, God damn it. Okay, let's undo that. Maybe it's actually just adding in the height. Oh, wait. Yeah, let's try adding in the height. For those watching and are frustrated like me, this is a very common thing in any software development, debugging the stupidest shit that you can't see. Okay, so I still can't place that there, which makes sense. I can place this here. Okay, that's in the way. That's not in the way. It's like backwards. That's weird. Okay, so let's see if we can. I can place that there. I can place it there. Can I place it right over top? Looks like I can. So this is definitely not really doing what we want. my grid doing this weird thing still? You know what? It's probably this. Let's save all. I forgot we had that -1. That's maybe the problem. I hope that's the problem, because I just want to solve this. Okay. Okay, so wait. Okay, so that actually that -1 was important, but is it the 1 that's important, or is it something to do with, it might just have something to do with the height of it. Let's get something that's really tall. So let's try and place that there. We can't. We still can't. We can there. Which that also is wrong. I feel like the number we're supposed to be subtracting is the, okay, so the y, oh, yeah, y plus, oh right, because we're adding it in. What happens if we don't do anything to y? I just want to remember. I think we do have to have that. -1. So that means we got our tile y back. Maybe we just have to add 1 to it again to kind of like compensate for that. I don't know. Or do this exact same operation in reverse. Maybe that's what it is. Let's try y. Well, so we would maybe subtract out this and then add 1 at the end. Seems kind of random, but oh wait, tile y. Yeah. This makes a little bit of sense. So yeah, just trying to get this placement thing to work properly, and we are very close. Hopefully this is the one. Okay, so I'm gonna try and place it here. It won't let me. Place it here. It lets me. Place under it. Let's do it like that. It lets me. Place here. It lets me. Now place here. It doesn't let me. Place here. It doesn't let me. Place here. It does. I think we got it. Let's try. I can place right under that. Okay. Now let's try and place here, 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 here. Okay, I think we're good. Boom. Yes. I think I have an idea of why that's happening. I don't know how to explain it, but I think we're good. So let's get rid of this. Got rid of my to-do. And I had some print statements somewhere. Probably in here. Yeah, we had this one. We also probably have this. Yep, print. Print. Yep, we'll get rid of these two. And I think we're good. All right. Now, we still are going to have, I think, weird things happen with non-16 by 16 things. So let me, like, for instance, place one of these. See how it kind of like jolts up, which makes sense because we're kind of like trying to align it to the grid. Although, like, you know, everything's works pretty well. I wonder if it's just about adjusting the ghosts preview rather than resizing all these images. Don't know if I have time to do this today, but let's just look really quickly in our grid overlay. So our grid overlay on pointer move, we said it's X, in theory, this is going to end up rounding down based on its size. So we need to know almost like, let's start with the Y one. Let's just call it offset. And it's basically going to be equal to Y on a mod of tile size. So that'll be like the remainder. So then maybe we do position.y minus this number at the end. Let's see if they like, you know, kind of appear where they should. Okay, so now it's like right there. When I click it, hey, that that actually worked. Okay, do I have anything that is a weird X situation? I still have things in memory. Let's go somewhere else. So that, it's weird that that one, wait, what am I, offset? Oh, it shouldn't, yeah, it should be a Y of a tile size. Oh, I'm not accounting for, we actually need to be accounting for I think instead of Y, we want to be using, I think, like placement height. So we can go ghost. Oh shit. Oh wait, we still have the resource. Yeah, ghost.resource.placement height. Let's see. Although I'm still pretty keen on maybe just making everything 16 by 16 multiples. So let's grab this big guy again. This is probably going to do something really weird. Clicking here. Need to find a new spot. Actually, that's kind of working. Let's. Oh no, my bucket. I want that bucket again because that one was acting really weird. Bucket. Place. Okay, now it's like in. Hey, this is actually working. But does it do weird shit now? Doesn't seem to. Okay. Maybe we don't have to do 16 by 16. Cool. Let's place something else that's small. Do I have a single thing? No, that won't even. I don't think I can place. I need to pick up. Yeah, whatever. Okay, well, this is cool. Cool. We could probably also do something if the player's in the way, give them an error, but problem for another day. Okay, well, I'm going to commit these changes and call it a day. Placement, overlap, polish. We'll push those through. All right. Thank you for hanging out. We'll get back to this another time. Bye.